to the RENNSPORT booth here from SimRacing Expo. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Ewan O'Leary. We are 26 days away from the launch of RENNSPORT with full crossplay across of Xbox, PlayStation and PC, and so much for us to look forward to. Yesterday, we had a fun Creator Cup pair of races, I think it's fair to say, and we've got some more creators ready to do battle before later on we'll have our public competition. But at the end of the day, Ewan, it's all about celebrating the journey that's been the last 3 years and bringing RENNSPORT to the masses.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the thing that people have been most excited about, I think, that when we've been talking to them about what's coming up in RENNSPORT over the course of the next few weeks. It's a great place to be and a great starting point for what's going to come in the future as well. Crossplay coming in just 26 days is a massive thing, as we've been talking about all week.
Lots of us come from console backgrounds or more casual backgrounds and then dive our way into the hardcore world of sim racing, and so that's going to be very exciting. But of course, Ewan, we're not far removed from the Esports World Cup, where you were there at Saudi Arabia, the third year in a row where RENNSPORT has taken its competition, some of the best sim racers in the world, and what an atmosphere it was.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I said yesterday, sort of and I've been saying to other people, the most esportsy that we've felt really at the World Cup, and that's a good place to be, I think, both for RENNSPORT and for sim racing as well. It's a good place to be. So, you know, teams being eliminated pretty much every day, a competitive final, although Redline did run away with it a little bit towards the end. Yeah, it was very exciting over the course of those few days. So yeah, just again showcasing what RENNSPORT has become and how it's developed over the last couple of years. And yeah, as far as an esports competition sort of goes, the drivers do really enjoy competing on RENNSPORT. Talking to Darren McCormack yesterday about that, and he was saying just what a good platform RENNSPORT is for that kind of event.
Not just Darren McCormack, but Kaki Oliveira as well, both sort of echoing those thoughts. Let's talk agenda for the day, what we've got in store for you all here from SimRacing Expo Day 2, Super Saturday. And we've started off with a couple of hours of Hotlap Competition, the public allowed to jump onto our rigs provided by Moza and Playseat. An hour for us to interrupt that action with the Creator Cup, our creators getting signed into the rigs right now. We'll open the booth back up for a couple of hours after this Creator Cup. We'll have some interviews, some conversations, so don't tune away at 1 p.m. local time. And then 3 p.m. is when our daily competition will be, and then we'll hand out the prizes after that, before the public gets another chance, Ewan, to try out RENNSPORT with our wonderful rigs here.
Yeah, exactly. So if you are here at the SimRacing Expo and exploring the different stands or whatever, do come to the RENNSPORT stand, especially before the daily competition, by the way, between 1 and 3. It's going to be quite busy, obviously, but do come down and have a go, because you could get yourself into the daily competition racing for that competition later on this evening. So yeah, that's a lot to look forward to. I know some guys have already been in setting times. It's going to be difficult to get into the top 18, I think, but I don't think I could manage it. But yeah, that's your opportunity. That's your window of opportunity between 1 and 3 p.m. this afternoon.
And a big shout out not just to Placey and Moza helping us with our rigs, but to NK Informatica, who have provided the wonderfully orange colored PCs that we have powering every one of the rigs. Taeon, our world-class team of developers, Nacon, the publishers as well, are all just coming together for this celebration of RENNSPORT, just 26 days away from the launch. And we talk about these rigs, Ewan. You and I, after the competition yesterday, might have snuck our way in to have a couple of laps and have some practice, let's say.
Yes, we did. Well, you were barely concentrating, to be honest, as we're about to see. But
Daniel Morad was trying to interrupt me. Yeah. How dare he?
Well, you were sort of. Oh, there I am, smiling a bit. Yeah, that guy, by the way, was commentating alongside me because he said I do it to other people all the time, so I'm going to do it to you, and he did. But yeah, I found it very, very difficult actually. You know, the professionals obviously turn traction control off even in these GT3s, because it's quicker. I found it very, very difficult without traction control, actually.
I don't know which pair of shoes that was, but he looks remarkable. And this was Daniel. This was Daniel trying to distract me, as I'll say. It was great. Daniel Morad was one of the creators that we had here yesterday for our Creator Cup. It was John Monroe that actually took the trophy home. We did have a trophy to give out, and I'm hoping we'll get to do the same today. The creators that are lining up in their rigs: Maz Racing, Digit Racing, LPN05, Xander Racing, Rents the Fence, and Der Kaya, as you see on your screen in front of you right now for those watching along from home and for those here at the SimRacing Expo as well. They're all racing in GT3 cars, and from what we understand, 2 tracks for them to challenge themselves at. First at Road Atlanta, and then heading to the Temple of Speed at Monza.
Yeah, Monza, of course, being the Hotlap circuit for today. So if you're here yesterday, obviously you know it was Spa, but we've moved to Monza for the Hotlap competition and the daily competition a little bit later on. Yeah, we are using Monza in this run as well, along I think of Road Atlanta. So a couple of good circuits to use, especially Monza for the action, the competition. But Road Atlanta is going to be very, very difficult. That's for sure.
Just say what you think about Monza. You're expecting chaos at turn 1.
Yeah, obviously, yeah. That's what we all go there for. I would say. So yeah, it'd be disappointing if we didn't, quite frankly.
Let's talk about some of the content that will be coming out with the release of RENNSPORT on the 13th of November. Obviously, we've talked about crossplay on day 1. You will be able to race on your Xbox, on your PlayStation with either console gamers, but also with those racing on PC. And PC players can get the game either via Steam or Epic. Pre-orders for consoles already open. The pre-orders for PC coming soon. But the new content, I think, to look forward to. 2 GT3 cars, McLaren 720S. We saw Dara McCormack actually yesterday driving in the other one of the new machines, the Ford Mustang GT3. They're joined by the new 911 GT3R Evo, so a car that will be making its waves, I'm sure, for many. But the RENNSPORT Founders track is also very cool, and this was something that I was looking at the images of, Ewan. A lot of the people that have supported RENNSPORT to this point so far will have their names littered around the track. I say littered, that makes it sound quite bad.
Placed nicely.
Placed nicely and very delicately.
Yes, painted, in fact, engraved into the tarmac. Yeah, no, it's great, and it's sort of a great preview, as I said yesterday, to another one of those sort of features that's going to be a big factor in RENNSPORT and its life, and that is the user-generated content side of things, the modding side of things. It really does sort of open that opportunity, sort of open the imagination, if you like, for those who are very skilled and imaginative, unlike us, to make some circuits, invent some tracks. And yeah, as I said yesterday, it can really be a great thing for the casual gamer, the just general user, but also for professional sim racers as well. If they have to drive around circuits they've never been before because it's a user-generated circuit, I think that'd be great, personally.
And you talk about drivers maybe using the sim as a tool to develop knowledge of a track. Well, one thing that will come in handy without a shadow of a doubt is the inclusion of AI single player in RENNSPORT from 13th of November. That's also alongside a brand new championship mode that you'll be able to dive your way into. One of the attractions that we do have at the booth as our drivers are getting set up and dialed in for the first of the 2 races is a wonderful Alpha DTM machine. This particular unit model won 3 races in its DTM career as well, and this will be one of the cars available in the second of the DLC packs that's available. The Touring Classics Part 1 will feature the Alpha 155, the Mercedes AMG 190e, the BMW M3, the Mercedes C-Class V6 DTM, and the classic layout of the Hockenheim, which I know, Ewan, you're looking forward to.
Yeah, massively looking forward to. There's only one sim I know of that has it. I may be wrong, like properly done. So this is going to be properly done as well, and that's going to be fantastic. It's a great layout. I understand why it's not used anymore, and indeed can't be used anymore. I believe it's been renatured, if that's a word.
I like it.
But yeah, this is the great thing about sim racing, isn't it? We can do things that either you can't do in real life anymore, or you shouldn't do in real life ever. It's a good idea to do them in sim racing instead. That's what it's all about. So yeah, the old classic Hockenheim coming soon, and I'm, as I say, personally really looking forward to it.
And that's the second of the DLC packs we should notice. So we've got another DLC coming before that, and that's focused around endurance racing. And Hockenheim Ring, you'd blast off into the trees on the classic layout. Well, you'll be able to blast down the Mulsanne on RENNSPORT coming soon. The Circuit de la Sarthe joins the Porsche 911 GT1, the classic Mercedes CLK, and the Porsche 956. So that's the first of the DLC packs to be coming shortly. But I'll go back to something you mentioned earlier, modding content. And we've already got 2 tracks available, the Orchard Road Street Circuit and the Cresta Chorus. I can't think of another racing game that has had mods on consoles.
I can't either, and that's sort of a massive audience then for modded content and user-generated content. As I said earlier, it's a massive thing these days in games to give it life, if you like. People don't just want to play the base game anymore. They don't want to play the game that has been sort of made for them by a developer. They'd rather make their own content, as it were, and so that will be that will give the game a lot of life in console platforms. And as I said earlier, the player base that can be reached by going onto console, as we're going to do right from the off, is massive compared to PC. We sometimes forget about it, but it's a massive player base there. To have them the ability to mod and use mods as well, that's absolutely fantastic, and that's a unique selling point for RENNSPORT. Not available in other sims on console. You can only do that on RENNSPORT.
Just a reminder, in about 50 minutes time, if you are here at the SimRacing Expo at the RENNSPORT booth, we will open these rigs back up for you. There's a leaderboard that you can see next to Ewan and myself if you're here, showing some of the times. I believe David Sobrero at Monza with a 1:52.80 has got the fastest time of them all. Our own Lino, who's not eligible for the race, we should point out, is only about 4/10 off of that. So see if you can make your mark on the top 18 and be part of our 2 semi-finals, all leading to that main final. Up on your screen, the times for those watching at home. Right, I see cars headed out onto track, Ewan.
Yes.
And at Spa, by the way.
Is it Spa? Oh, is it? It is. Yeah, all right, okay. So, well, who knows what we're going to see later? It's going to be all up in the air, isn't it? I get the feeling, after what happened yesterday with Daniel Morad, I get the feeling they might have a bit of a say, actually.
Yeah, well, the rumor, allegedly, was that Daniel Morad was the one that peer pressured everyone into a second race, which worked out for us. We had some great entertainment. It didn't work out so well for the Canadian.
No, it didn't. He said after he'd messed up qualifying that he intended to start from the back.
Totally.
That's not true. He just got qualifying wrong. Oh dear, there's already an Audi in the wall on the straight. It's not a good start in practice, but yeah, as I say, I have a feeling they may have had a say in what circuit we're going to do.
So the cars out on track, sweeping through Malmedy as we watch them now down the hill into Bruxelles. Very tricky corner to get right. Often we see a couple of different approaches. Some go out wide and V the car back in. Others much tighter to the inside curve, especially in cars with a decent amount of downforce. And again, this is a look at the rigs provided to us by Moza and Playseat. You and I had the chance to jump into them yesterday. But these are the same rigs that were at the Esports World Cup earlier this year, so there should be no complaints about whether this was good enough for the pros or not.
No, exactly. They obviously do complain, the professionals, because that's what they do. But yeah, no, these are proper, the proper Esports World Cup rigs, and it's fantastic to have them here as well. I think is that practice over? It looks like maybe we'll qualify very soon. But yeah, it's great that they can use the same equipment that the professionals were using as well. And so I'm just trying to work out what's going on at the moment. They're just getting ready for qualifying, maybe, or sorting something out. I'm not sure, but yeah, great rigs they are, and it makes it better, doesn't it, when you know that you're using the ones that professionals did.
And I was talking to some of the professionals as well, the Dara McCormacks of the world, who are here and wandering around. We might try and grab a chat with them in about 40 odd minutes time, but they were saying they were very impressed actually with the rigs at the Esports World Cup and didn't have too much to complain about. The only thing that I did hear was that the seating position was a little bit different to what it was at home. That's not really a...
But that's normal, yeah.
Right.
That's the attraction of LAN events, isn't it? That you've got to... Because we do know drivers who are sort of good at home and less good at adapting when they're not on their own rig at home, which is a big thing, obviously, in the Esports World Cup, when it is all taking place in one place, and it is, a LAN event. You've got to make sure that you can acclimatise to a new setup, and not everybody can do that.
So we'll see the first driver cross the line and start a flying lap. Now, they get sent out one by one, so we'll stagger the cars across the finish line as well. Out through turn one. Be careful of the gravel on the outside, which can very quickly suck you off onto the left and not just slow you down, but pull you off the track itself. And now, bottom of the compression. Bravery required here as you flick the car right over the top of the crest and through Eau Rouge, foot to the floor and on the Camel Straight.
Yeah, Sector 1 will be complete very shortly. We'll see, well, we probably won't see what sector time is actually. We'll try and mark the times up against yesterday. Was it 17.9? Was it the best time?
17.9 was the best in the first qualifying. 17.3 from Jan Mardenborough in the second one.
Oh, so they were getting quicker as they went along. That is understandable, to be fair. I'm not too surprised.
Ooh.
Oh, hello. Big slide out of Malmedy, but what else would you expect? Here we go. First sector, 39.9. I actually can't remember what the good sector is anymore because it's been so long.
So long since the Esports World Cup that all that knowledge has left the brain of Ewan O'Leary. Alongside myself, Arjuna Kankipati in the booth. I have no knowledge to share, so that makes it a little bit easier. A little bit hesitant, turned in twice in towards the double gauche and then a tap of the brakes as well, so maybe the Audi not feeling so planted. They can't change the setups. They're all racing on fixed setups, and you talked about the traction control thing slightly earlier. These are the setups raced in the Esports World Cup as well, so they'll be right on the edge of grip.
Yeah, and so, you know, while they can't actually change the internals or anything like that, I do feel like it is a bit of a setup change, isn't it, to mess with the traction control as coming out of Stavolo, a little bit wide into the Kerpel-Frère. And that will affect the run all the way up the hill now towards Blanchimont itself. 59.9 or something like that is what you need in Sector 2 if you're going to be a professional, but you know, I couldn't do that either. I can't remember what lap time did you do yesterday? I did a 2 minutes 20.
I don't know, Daniel
Something.
Morad was distracting me too much. I've got my racing driver excuses ready to go. Out through the final chicane. Ooh, a little bit of a wiggle there as he rotated the car from right to left. And this is not a bad lap time by any means. It's going to be around a 2:19.1, so definitely faster than Ewan O'Leary, who will be able to better that time, at least for the time being. The Porsche, which resplendent in the almost distressed look at middle sector. A couple of spins potentially there. This is going to be one down towards the back of the field.
Yeah, looks like it. Just getting acclimatised to everything, really, as we see Maz come over the line there in second place. But it's just getting used to the rig, really, and getting used to the sim and the circuit and everything. So much to learn, and so yeah, 2 minutes 46.7 that time round. That will definitely have a couple of spins in it.
To be fair, he's been joined by a couple of drivers as well who have not had the easiest of runs, to say the least. So it is going to be Kaya Angermeyer, excuse me. That has a 4-second gap at the front in qualifying as we get set to go for what should be, based on yesterday, around a 5-lap race.
Someone just rehearsing their racing driver excuses there before they lose. There's the grid though for this race. Kaya with the best lap time of a 2:19.1. That is very respectable. It's not quite as quick as what we saw yesterday, but that would have been about midfield yesterday, and it's quicker than both of us. Here we go.
We are ready. The first of 2 races on Super Saturday at a packed SimRacing Expo. It's hard to move around when you step out of the booth, but there's so much passion for the shared hobby that we all enjoy. Just waiting for the final drivers to grid up. The lights will come up and we'll go racing at the circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. Again, a big thank you to Taeon and Nacon, the forces behind RENNSPORT, that will be bringing it out on consoles, on PC on November the 13th. AK Informatica providing our great PCs. The team at RaceSpot, of course, helping to work on everything as the lights come up and we get ready to go. Race 1 on Super Saturday is go from Spa-Francorchamps. A great jump from the Audi at the front of the field. The Porsche at the back is already alongside of one of the Mercedes, and the fight is for 4th position as they tiptoe their way through La Source for the first time. And now down the hill, no one out into the gravel. Never mind, one Porsche there, but recovers onto the tarmac.
Speaking slightly too soon through the first corner, but a clean start mostly from all of them through La Source. They come towards Eau Rouge and Radeon for the first time. Based on qualifying, got to try and stay with Kea for as long as possible to maybe try and win this race. As here we go on the way down the Kemmel Straight, the slipstream massive, and we're going to be 3 wide for the lead.
Oh, and this is one of those drivers that didn't qualify well. Already Angermeyer's tucked back into the queue, and so it's Aston versus Porsche. Zander and Frascarino work their way through Les Combes. Very tidy. The Aston hits the front, and all 5 still only separated by about 1.5 seconds as they fight their way down to Malmedy. Here comes the charge from the Mercedes. Matika up the inside, pinched onto the curb.
This is the thing, isn't it? With one-shot qualifying, the gaps can be so large because people can make mistakes and whatever. But look at this in the race. Contact made into no-name corner. And, oh, it's a proper nice 360, actually, from Zander all the way around. And straight back the right way again, down to 5th place. But contact through no-name corner as Kea tries to win some of these places back.
But the pole sitter held on quite nicely there, even with a big contact. Yes, instigated by the Audi, but able to avoid any sort of drama. In through the pit path. Just watching the cars as they slowly get more and more comfortable. Of course, not just with the track and car itself, but the environment in which they're competing in. They've got Ewan and myself talking loudly over some speakers, definitely not distracting. On board, the Audi out into the gravel, loses some momentum. Ooh. Here comes Matika in the Mercedes.
Very good run out of Kurt Porfray. You don't often see people side by side that early on the way towards Blanchimont, but they are inside line before the fast left-hander. Kai going to try and follow through as Mazda's forced wide there because of the Mercedes on the inside. Outside for the Audi, late on the brakes down into the bus stop, and a good run round the outside through the bus stop chicane to get back into 2nd place.
That was good use of the ABS to avoid locking up, and now a big wiggle from the Aston as the top 2 scamper away. First lap in the book, 7 kilometers done. Will we see a 2-car train at the front? Oh, 2 cars into the wall, left side of the track. Porsche recovers almost instantly.
Yeah, but the Aston Martin certainly does not, and I believe maybe still isn't recovered. There we go, 8 seconds or so the gap. It was just a bit of contact as they hit the brakes there towards turn number 1 for the 2nd time, first time at racing speed, and the contact sends them both off into the wall on the left-hand side. Here we go again for the race lead, coming up into Les Combes. The Audi pretty quick in a straight line on the way in the slipstream. Couldn't get through there though in towards Les Combes.
And so just for the time being, that 2-second gap stabilizes. 5 laps by no means a long race, so the tires you have underneath you can be pushed to the very limit. And let's see who's got more confidence in their ability to push the car, to put it on the limit. This is where Angermeyer had the bit of contact on the opening lap, but some clean air now in front as they just continue actually to extend the advantage. It was not the greatest run in qualifying for Matika, but like you said, the one-shot qualifying puts the pressure on. He's delivering in the race itself.
Yeah, exactly, and you know, with this field the way that it is, you can pick them off quite easily on the opening lap, and to go right from the back to the front does show, as you say, that speed, but also an ability to work your way through the field. But that's what Spa's all about, isn't it? It's quite good for overtaking, not too difficult, and so you can make up these places as we've seen here. The 2 though running absolutely nose to tail. This is going to be a good battle for the win between these 2. At least we hope so. A little bit wide for the Audi through the gravel, and that won't help certainly.
But tries to slip back into the draft now and close back up as they head towards Blanchimont, which is a corner that requires some commitment. Use a bit of the AstroTurf on the outside to open your arc in through the corner. Try and clip the apex to the best of your ability, and then hard onto the anchors into the bus stop chicane.
A little bit wide from the Mercedes, going to be trying to get a better run for the... Oh, look at the slides they're having here. I don't know about you, but I did find this very difficult as well at the slower speed corners. Getting on the power and so on. I'm not sure what traction control setting these guys will have actually chosen, whether they would have gone for something a little bit more loose to let them kick the rear end out, or whether they want to keep it really tight and keep the traction control on high. But I did find that part very difficult yesterday.
Maybe they heard what you were saying earlier about what Dara McCormack was telling you, where the pros don't run traction control, and they're trying to replicate that, which I don't envy them. There is Angermeyer as he looks to try and close the now 1 second deficit that's grown. Did not get the best run out of turn 1, and that's cost him. He's not close enough to maximize the draft into the braking zone of Lecom, and I think we might see a breakaway from the Mercedes here. All it takes is another mistake from the cars behind, and the gap starts to balloon.
Yeah, exactly. And to be fair, we saw actually that we were saying that this may happen for the Audi actually out front. Maybe we'll see that run away, but Mercedes has come through to the front and got a proper battle on, but at the moment not much side by side. It's the Audi just trying to keep up here and indeed try and get ahead. It's going to be difficult for the moment. Got to stay in touch though, got to stay in the slipstream, got to have a chance by the time you get up to Lecom for the next time, which is surely going to be the best opportunity.
Let's just silence ourselves, Ewan, for a couple of moments. Let's listen in to the sound of the Audi R8 rumbling around Spa. It's a great sound, unfortunately that gets heard less and less with the R8's dwindling participation across of global motorsport. However, all audio on RENNSPORT authentically captured, authentically recreated. It's such a big part of the experience, and once again Angermeyer with a little bit of a slip and slide out of the final quarter. I'm going to have to go and take a look at what traction control he's running.
Okay, that would be helpful to know. It's a little bit of a raise of the arm there, just as if to say, what was that all about? As the car kicked out of the final corner. Flash of the lights now as well. It's difficult to get these cars out of the slow speed corners when you turn the traction control off, but can we use that excuse?
I can confirm, no traction control.
To be honest, I'm glad you went, because I don't actually know how to see. I didn't know I wasn't on any traction control until somebody changed it for me, because I didn't know what was going on.
You can see it in two places, on the dash of the car and on the bottom right HUD element.
No.
We're educating you and O'Leary here.
Thank you. That's going to take a while.
But to educate you, yeah, I know.
Yeah. But yeah, well, I didn't know that. Yeah. It's got to be somewhere, isn't it? I just didn't know where to find it. And yeah, it's the faster way. It is the faster way, but it's just the more difficult way.
Effectively, your right foot becomes the traction control, right? And if you've got the granularity to be able to control it, then that's great. But it does sometimes require that little bit of extra finesse. Same sort of thing with ABS as well, right? Drivers want to, at least in the Esports World Cup, avoid the ABS to the best of their ability, but especially I was doing some driving yesterday. I was leaning on the ABS to get me out of trouble. Yeah,
it's something a little bit more that is less frowned upon to actually sort of keep going with in GT3 racing. Actually, overall, the ABS is something you can really just smack down, and that's fine. It's the traction control which is a little bit more unusual, a little bit more changeable. But yeah, I definitely just leave the ABS as it is. Certainly the best way to do it. Why is it always they always start the engines when we're broadcasting?
Yeah, apparently. I don't blame them. I would love anything else except the sound of our voices, but there are some great cars. You know what? We didn't figure out what this Alpha sounds like, which means that I'm going to have to wait until that DLC 2, the Touring Classics, to come out so I can jump into the car and try it out. We'll get to that later and talk more about what's coming in the world of RENNSPORT. What's coming for Matika is one more lap, 7 more kilometers around Spa-Francorchamps, and the victory in the first of 2 Creator Cup races will go his way.
Yep, should be. It's been a very consistent and clean drive, actually, for the 5 laps so far. 6 seconds now, the gap. It's a very, very consistent run. That's what you need when you're out front. If you're just on your own in this situation, no mistakes, just bring it home from this point. The gap continues to increase.
And now the gap between second and third starts to shrink. So while Matika is out front and running away, I did go and take a look. He's running his traction control at 1 of 11, as low as you can get with it still being active. He's mastered it. He has figured out the fine line between pushing and balancing that car. Here comes the Grello Porsche. Xander to the inside, into Lecom. We saw so much drama here between Daniel Morad and Yambra yesterday. The Audi not able to mount the fight back. The Porsche slips up to second.
Yeah, so much side-to-side contact through there yesterday, but we get away with it there. And Xander moves up, so it's been over the course of the races. Race is getting older. The Audi continues to slip through the field. That wasn't the case in qualifying, where it was on pole. Now it's down to third position, but there is still the rest of this lap to try and win that position back again, and a decent overtaking chance at the bus stop chicane as well, or here at Pouhon. A look down the inside, late on the brakes from the Porsche, and it needed to be. It's not a place you normally see overtakes.
And that rear end on the Porsche slightly drifting through the corner as he was very aggressive to cover off the move. You are right, though. One of the best passing zones on the track is that final corner, and it's been the site of many a dramatic moment through the course of the ESL R1 history, including some great races at the Esports World Cup. This, though, is the fight for second. They are now 11 seconds off of your race leader as the Mercedes continues to dominate at the front of the field, not even in the sight. As we begin the climb to Blanchimont for one final time, here pops the Audi to the inside.
That's a brave move on the way towards Blanchimont, but as I mentioned, it's the only chance between now and the finish to make the move work. The Porsche goes off the circuit trying to keep the position.
And while all of this rumbles on, will the Porsche hold on with a late lunge up the inside? It's Matika, the Mercedes, that grabs the win in the first of our two races on Super Saturday. The Porsche emerges into shot first. It's Zander that will grab second, while Angermeyer settles for third after starting at the front of the field.
Yeah, always disappointing when you're on pole and you don't win, but that's only because you're setting very high expectations for yourself. A good race though, and a good finish between the Audi and the Porsche at the end there. But yeah, a comfortable win in the end from that Mercedes out front.
I'm going to leave the comfort of the booth once again, Ewan.
Take a risk.
And take the risk that my microphone is still going to work, and have a little bit of a chat here with our race winner. How was that?
Well, actually, the start was pretty interesting because I failed to qualify. I spun in my first lap, and then later it was basically we had a couple of battles, and overall they got close, but in the end I took the lead and stayed in the lead.
Did you know you were running the traction control at 1 of 11?
I have no idea what were the settings, honestly. I just drove the car.
So we asked a lot of our creators yesterday, one word to describe RENNSPORT. You've still got one race to go, so maybe I should wait to ask you this question, but let's ask it now.
One question. One word. I would say that it's pretty nice. That's actually 2 words, but I'm gonna go with that.
We like it. Good luck for the second race. I'm going to slip my way over very quickly as well, Ewan, to have a chat with our pole sitter, Mr. Angermeyer, who had the most consistent of the laps in qualifying, but no traction control. That looked like a bit of a rough ride.
I engaged 2 times the pit limiter during the race. So at the start to the camera straight, I engaged it, and after the bus stop. So yeah, it's a bit of an unlucky race for me. So yeah, 2 times the same mistake, but yeah, it's okay.
Ask you the same question I asked to Mr. Matika. One word to describe RENNSPORT.
One word. Variety.
I like it. We had so many interesting answers. Thank you very much, by the way. So many interesting answers yesterday, Ewan. Innovative, competitive, challenging, but nuts and variety. I like that.
Yeah, well, variety of answers now as well.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, thank you. Which is good. No, it's good to. I'm not sure how many of these guys have actually tried RENNSPORT before, actually, or whether they're trying it for the first time here this weekend and here today. But yeah, it's always great to get their first impressions almost before they've done this second race. Hopefully, their opinion not too clouded by their own talent.
Well, in our case, lack of talent. I still remember the first time I tried RENNSPORT, now 3 years ago. I did okay, actually. We were doing a bit of a race. I finished behind Mr. Jardier. That made me feel good.
Well, yeah, he's quite good. He's quite a good sim racer. I can't remember where was I even doing that?
I don't think you were in the race I did.
Okay, I was there, but just watching clearly. Yeah, I think I'd tried it beforehand, but yeah, it's very difficult. I mean, when you're at those events where the professionals are at also, you feel useless as a driver, really, because we kind of are in respect to them. I mean, even a good driver amongst us, amongst the casual players, you know, you're looking at 3 or 4 seconds off the professionals, even at some of the shorter circuits like the Nürburgring Grand Prix layout, which we have in RENNSPORT, for example, which I remember my first laps being on. Just remember being 5-6 seconds off the pace after a few laps, getting up to speed. Yeah, and that's not bad, even at a short circuit, compared to these professionals.
Let's quickly talk about what is available. If you pre-order RENNSPORT before the 13th of November, pre-order's already open on consoles, coming soon on PC, both on Steam and the Epic Games Store. But if you pre-order the standard edition, you get the Ford Mustang GT3, an exclusive livery, and 72 hours early access. So you'll be able to jump on, I guess, on the 10th of November, depending on where you are in the world. If you order the deluxe edition, not only do you get those three, but you get the Porsche 911 GT3R RENNSPORT, which is what Porsche, they gave their engineers a free rein to design what a GT3 car would look like without restrictions. You'll get your chance to drive that. The Nürburgring Nordschleife, as well as the Endurance Classic Part 1 and Touring Classics Part 1 DLC. So both those DLCs we've already talked about, Ewan, included in the deluxe edition.
As well as the early access.
As well as the early access, yes.
But yeah, no, yeah, it's great to have. I'm more looking forward to the DLCs actually than anything else. So that's where I'll be with the classic cars, because yeah, I just think it gives it such a different feel actually to include the classic cars as well. You know, a lot of the major sims have got, or pretty much all have got GT3s and so on, and some of the other cars we've got, although we've got some odder choices, some more unique ones. It's those classic cars that are way more unique, in my opinion. Lots of sims don't bother with the classic material because it is hard to do and whatever. And maybe the market's not as big. I don't really know, but I'm going to guess that. But to bring that to a lot more people, to bring those classic cars, people will really enjoy them. Cars before some of the players, cars raced before some of the players were even born. So that'll be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to the classics, as you know.
We'll talk what cars, what tracks are on the platform already, but just a reminder, in about 20-25 minutes, we will reopen the RENNSPORT booth here at the SimRacing Expo. There's already a line to get back into the rigs, so if you are wanting to qualify into our public competition slightly later on, don't forget to join us. Let's talk about cars and tracks then. And I guess let's start with tracks, because you were just talking about cars. Let's change the topic slightly. Hockenheim. We've got the classic layout coming with the Touring Classics DLC, but the modern version of the Hockenheim ring available, as is the Nürburgring Grand Prix layout, the Spa-Francorchamps that we're racing at here today, Monza, Daytona International Speedway, Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, the Goodwood Hill Climb, Fuji International Speedway, Nürburgring Nordschleife, the Jeddah Corniche Circuit, as well as then a couple of extra sort of fictional tracks. There's a test track that's called 8 ETA. I'm not going to try and pronounce that. That's for the kids to do. There's also Orchard Road Street Circuit, one of the modded tracks that we talked about slightly earlier, as well as Cresta Cora. So a interesting mix of things, as well as the Founders track with the names engraved into the sides.
What did you say earlier?
Not littered.
Littered. Yeah. No, yeah, and as I said earlier, it opens the imagination for those who are talented at modding and so on. And if you are a talented modder, by the way, get on RENNSPORT from the beginning, because there's going to be a big audience of people looking away from the usual circuits once they've raced all the usual circuits, especially on console. They're going to want some user-generated content. They're going to want a mod. They're going to want a different circuit, a fictional circuit. I'm most looking forward to the fictional ones that people come up with, to be honest. So if you are a talented modder, then get on RENNSPORT straight away and learn the systems, as it were, for modding, especially on console, because there's going to be a big audience for that.
I mean, I was very grateful that we had the Orchard Road Street Circuit. I grew up in Singapore. There's not any sim that's got the Marina Bay Street Circuit.
Did it replicate streets that actually exist, or is it slightly fictional in that sense as well?
I did do a Google Maps look at it, and there are parts that are 100% accurate to some of the buildings as well.
A street, yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
No, they did a good job. They did a great job with the road markings as well. That was for me. When you see the road markings in different street circuits, that caught my attention. But yeah, no, that was great for me, because I associate myself as growing up in Singapore. I've never commentated on Marina Bay in the sim.
You grew up everywhere.
Singapore,
one of them, Singapore.
But yeah, no. I did get to commentate on Marina Bay in the real world, actually.
Oh yeah,
so that was quite nice. But no sim has got the Marina Bay Street Circuit. Let's talk cars, because that's another place where I think modded content is going to be very, very interesting when we get to it. But current range of cars on RENNSPORT. You've got the bevy of GT3s. We've got Mercedes, Porsche, Aston Martin, BMW, Audi. You've seen them out here today in racing in our Creator Cup. But a couple of prototypes. BMW M Hybrid V8, the Porsche 963, so a couple of cars from the stable of GTP hypercars. You've got some GT4s, Audi, BMW, they're in the mix, as well as a Porsche Cup car, the BMW M2 CS Racing, the Audi TCR, Audi RS3, I should say, to be specific, alongside the Hyundai Elantra N TCR, and then a couple of oddballs. We talked about the GT3R RENNSPORT. It's got 600 odd horsepower, a massive rear wing that is definitely not in GT3 spec, and then the electric Porsche Mission R and the Praga R1. I'm sure Jimmy Broadbent fans will like that one.
Yeah, and that Praga R1's been in for a while, hasn't it? I'm pretty sure for at least a year, maybe longer. So yeah, that is a well-used car at this point, and I quite like those sort of strange cars where you get single make series effectively from those, and that's how you can race them anyway. So that's always fun. As qualifying is underway, by the way, in the second race, and wow, 16.9, they are getting quicker.
And I think that was one of the drivers that had their spin as well, so maybe correcting the mistake from the pressure of the hot lap qualifying. Here comes Angermeyer. Wonder where he's going to end up. I think, I'm not quite sure who that is, but at least one more person yet to finish their lap. And those that have finished are either doing some more practice laps or practicing their donuts for their celebration at the end.
Yeah, it's quite easy to donut actually in RENNSPORT, so that's a good thing. You can celebrate at the end. There are the qualifying times. 16.9 is very respectable compared to the pros and so on.
It's quicker than Jan Mardenborough from yesterday.
Yeah, very, very respectable. So a new pole sitter this time round. Race winner from the first race, Mr. Matika at the front, ahead of Kaya, and then Maz in third place. And as I say, Xander definitely had a spin on that qualifying lap. So we'll start this one from the back.
Should be fun though. And we always know, Ewan, the lights will come up, the pressure builds, and we're ready to go racing.
Here we go then. Second race from Spa on Saturday at the SimRacing Expo here for RENNSPORT, and we are underway. Not a good start, unfortunately, for Matika, who immediately gets swallowed up by Kaya, who will take the lead down in towards turn number 1, around the outside for the Aston Martin of Maz as he tries to take second position. You'd imagine that Matika will still be favourite to win this race with 16.9, but it's not a dream start.
No, and this is where it gets difficult. He's got to get onto the brakes and watch the Porsche jump. Oh, almost jumped up the inside there, did Alessandro Xander after starting at the tail end of the field. And what a run through the compression over the top of Radion. But Matika getting slightly stalled out now. Angermeyer's flown so far clear, Ewan, that he's not feeding any draft to these drivers as they go 4 wide in towards Les Combes.
Oh, 4 wide for the first time this week, and there was always going to be contact. 2 spins, Maz gets caught up in it as well, and it was always going to happen. Fun while it lasted, the 4 wide towards Les Combes, but it was never going to last, and 2 of them go around.
I think we need to go and now talk to Angermeyer during the race just to slow him down slightly and bring the rest of the field back into contention here.
That is quite a good idea, or put a blindfold on or something, I don't know, anything to slow down. I mean, I was saying earlier that Matika still were favourite for this race. You'd have to say probably not anymore. 7 seconds, although he was about 2 seconds ahead in qualifying, and there are 5 laps. So.
And he won that last race by, what, 10 seconds or something? So
yeah.
Never say never.
Yeah, but the reason why, partly, was because they started fighting for second, so...
And maybe Angermeyer's learnt the lesson of the traction control now, right? So as Matika slips up the inside of the Aston through Piv Path, that was never really fought back by Maz. 7.3 seconds, not even a lap complete. Mercedes has got a charge now, there's no question about it.
Yeah, so repeating qualifying times, he'd be there with about a lap to go, something like that, but maybe just under a lap to go. But that would be enough time. You'd still have the run to the bus stop at the very end of the race if we're going to get a grandstand finish there. But let's see. The battle for 4th place is probably going to be the more exciting one between the 2 Porsches.
Speaking of Porsche, Flat 6 Symphony. There's not many better sounds in motorsports, if you ask me.
I think it's much better than the Audi. You were saying earlier, I actually don't really like the Audi sound very much. The Audi Lamborghini sound.
Oh.
This is, see, over the curves. This is better, isn't it, the Porsche?
Again, not many better sounds than the Porsche 911 when it's singing out at full chat. That was just a bit deep on the brakes, and unfortunately, it's a corner where you try and commit as deep as you can. And he just seems to be struggling a little bit with that, slowing the car down properly. It's not just that he's missing his braking point. It's almost like he's getting into the ABS a little bit too much, and that's causing him to go deep.
Yeah, it's difficult to deal with. Obviously, as I mentioned, I didn't actually feel the ABS too much yesterday when I was driving it, but clearly it is there. It's the thing that you really do stand on in GT3, because traction control is something you can manage yourself. As you say, as you put it, you can just use your right foot more sparingly instead. But yeah, ABS a little bit more difficult to deal with. You do end up just smashing the brakes normally. It does look like Xander's got hold of that Porsche a little bit better and is now challenging for third.
And I guess as the Porsche tries to jink to the inside, this is the difference between sim racing and real racing. When you take the variables out in the world of sim racing, there's less motion right in the cockpit. It's easier to hit your marks time after time. Whereas in the real world, with all the distractions, if you're a little bit deep into a braking zone, having the ABS off would be a huge problem. Whereas in the sim world, you can kind of manage the risk versus reward, right? So I think that's one of the things when we talk about the esports drivers not wanting to use the driver aids, it's mainly just because of that little nugget, the fact that they're all chasing perfection lap after lap after lap.
Yeah, and it's very difficult to do that with those assists. So they'll put the hours in, but for the casual gamer, the casual racer like us, you'll want the assists on. Trust us on that.
Do you remember how much mileage Kaki Oliveira said he had driven yesterday? 200,000. Now, he didn't say kilometers or miles, but 200,000 even kilometers of racing in RENNSPORT just to get ready for the Esports World Cup in ESL R1.
I'm not sure how many times around the world that is. Maybe nearly 4, something like that. Maybe I've got the size of the Earth wrong. But 200, yeah, if we even go 40, so you get around 5 times with that. Yeah, 5 times around the world. That's very, very impressive. As again, Xander gets very close on the way towards turn 1. Maz feeling the need to defend here on the way towards turn 1, and does so successfully. Oh, well, sort of. Look at that, round the outside for Xander. That's a good run round there.
And that's going to give him the drive off the corner as well, the confidence to just get onto the power early. But now getting squeezed a little bit. You want to try and open up this entry into the bottom of the compression at Eau Rouge, but Maz just not in a position to be able to fight back. And these are all cars that were BOP'd by the esports drivers, so they're all within about 1/10 of a second of each other. So unfortunately, you don't have the excuse of the balance of performance.
Yes, another unique thing about RENNSPORT and the way we do the esports competitions, the way that BOP happens is... Xander went for a spin. So I was too busy watching Maz's point of view. Didn't notice that Xander had gone for a spin, and indeed I think has dropped to 5th place. Yeah, has dropped indeed behind 4th as well. So unfortunately to the back after a spin through Lecom. A little bit more trouble through there.
Gap at the front of the field, 7 seconds. It came down a little bit, but Angermeyer in the last lap or so has brought his pace back up, and I just wonder again if he's dialed himself in after that first race, slip and sliding around. He's figured out the traction control, and now looking very, very good. Just 2 laps left at the end of this lap.
Yeah, so 2 more laps to hold on, and if those qualifying times were being replicated, then you'd start to see that leading gap come down fairly quickly-ish, but that's not happening at the moment. It's been a good drive from Kerr so far at the front, and has just got to hold on now. Anywhere around 3 seconds a lap being lost is the sort of time that's needed to be gained for Motika to be anywhere near the race win by the end.
Just takes one mistake though, and it's so easy in a GT3 car, which think about the development of GT3 cars since they were first introduced. You know, they were introduced to bring the cost of racing down, but now they are aerodynamic beasts. They're mechanically so much grip that they can generate even without the downforce. They are proper race cars nowadays, and that's why sometimes people will say the GT4s are a little bit more reminiscent of the original GT3. Strip off the downforce, strip off the power, and it's a little bit more pure racing. Although 6 seconds at the front of the field, here's Angermeyer over the top of the crest once again.
So comfortably in control at the moment. Just needs to try and bring this one home at the moment. But yeah, as you say, the variety that you get in GT3, the different shapes and whatever, absolutely fantastic, because That's what you want to see on a grid, and you do get that every time in GT3 racing. So that's why we all enjoy it. That's why it's the most popular category, isn't it? And you certainly see that in sim racing as well. GT3 grids are always the ones that are most popular. I don't know if you've ever done a series that has switched to a GT3 from another category, a road-going series, but whenever they switch to a GT3 in any league, the numbers do go up. It's very, very popular, and you can see why, the variety that you get, and as you say, how comparatively easy they are to drive as well.
I think Phil might have had a slight issue, by the way. He's dropped to the back, but you're right. I mean, just look at the what's that word? Proliferation. There we go. I got it eventually. Of GT3 cars. I mean, made their way to DTM this year, and what a season they had. Einstein Guven making the pass in the last couple of corners to win the championship. You even look over at Super GT, where not only do they have prototypes which resemble sports cars, but they still race with Prius GT3 cars. It's so cool. And then, of course, you know, I've been fortunate enough to be up close and personal with the variety of manufacturers that race in IMSA in the last year or so, and every GT3 car is so unique, and that's what makes it so interesting. The fact that with BOP, I know people don't like to talk about it, but it brings different styles of cars a little bit closer together. And you look at the Audi, mid-engine, very twitchy. That was the sort of description that a lot of pro drivers had of it. It's one of the tougher GT3 cars to master. Whereas something like a Ferrari, for example, that was tailored for the amateur driver. Be a little bit easier to drive, but still be capable of the same amount of speed.
That's exactly what you need if you're in a longer race, especially you can't be weighed down by your slower drivers. So that's exactly the way to go about it as Kai gets onto the final lap. They all begin the final lap, 5th out of 5, and the gap has come down to just about 4.5 seconds, but there isn't going to be long enough in this race. It looks like Kai's work in the opening lap effectively has seen him off to the race win.
And if we were doing a sort of point system based on races 1 and 2, I think Matika would still win it. 1st and 2nd, Angermeyer was 1st and 3rd if the result holds as they are. You can see the consistency. They've been two of the more consistent drivers at the front. Lap times seem to be pretty good as well. And I'm hoping we'll get another chat with them hopefully after this, and we'll see what they've learned in their about 1 hour with us as part of the Creator Cup on Super Saturday.
Yeah, we'll try and get their thoughts on the sim obviously as well, and talk a little bit more broadly. So get their thoughts on the crossplay.
Angermeyer, an issue.
Oh wow! Just as we were saying, he's won the race, we've cursed him, and he spins through No Name. He can't believe it either.
That's the Lewis McLean does not believe in the curse of the commentator right there. Another example, although he's still 2nd with the gap he had.
Dear oh dear. I mean, he'll be wishing that he still had that 7 seconds or whatever it was. I'm still not sure that would have been enough, because the gap 5.5 at the moment. But Matika's going to go through to go 2 out of 2 by the looks of things without any further mistakes. So that's what I said earlier about Kaya. So
you might have to go talk to Kaya. I don't think I'm allowed.
He won't know that you cursed him. It'll be fine. But yeah, that was a dramatic end to the second race of the day, and it looks like Matika's going to go through and win race 2. Dramatic finish. I don't think Kai could really believe it. Maybe he'd given himself the win in his head as well. But dear oh dear. A dramatic finish to race number 2 here on Saturday in the Creator Cup at SimRacing Expo, through the final couple of corners for Matika. And he will win 2 out of 2 here from Spa in the second Creator Cup. Very pleased indeed with himself, because the fact he was so far behind in the first place wasn't entirely his fault. He was held up in the battles of the opening lap, and then capitalised on the mistake when required.
And he practices donuts, I think, slightly earlier. Let's see how successful.
I'm telling you, it's quite easy.
We're looking at him in the middle of that screen right now. Yeah, seemed to do a decent job. Here comes Kaya to join him as well. Should we go have a chat with some of them?
Yeah, everybody's going to be joining everybody else doing the donuts. So, ow, I've been electrocuted. I'll go for Kaya then, if you want to.
You go first.
If you want to stay clear, I'll go around the other way for the camera. Yeah, I saw you laughing hysterically after your spin. Can you really believe you just spun out the lead there?
I clipped the curb on No Name. That's the only mistake.
How was the rest of the race? I mean, you were controlling that race from start to finish until then.
I have a quite good start, I guess. Like off the line, I was pretty good. Then I think they got a little 4 wide behind me, so it was pretty intense. But from that point there, I controlled the race, managed my pace. I did a little mistake earlier in no name, and then on the last lap on no name, I clipped the outside curb and got wide. I laughed immediately when I did the mistake. So yeah, it's just for fun. So yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah, we saw you just laughing about the mistake rather than being angry. It's the better way. How did you find the 2 races? How did you find your experience on RENNSPORT this afternoon?
Oh, I like RENNSPORT. I played at home. I have a quite experience on the game. So, but I'm a little tough in the rig. But yeah, it's a great game. I like it pretty much, and I like the racing, and yeah, it's pretty fantastic.
And in 26 days' time, we'll have cross-play between Xbox platforms and PlayStation as well, and PC as well. How important is that for RENNSPORT to be bringing the console audience in as well as the PC audience as well?
Oh, it's waiting for crossplay in GT3 races. We have it in another game. We have a crossplay. It's functioning quite great there, but yeah, it's bringing closer the communities where we all race, no matter or Xbox, PS5 or PC. So we would like all to race together, and crossplay is so important in 2025 and further.
Thanks very much for chatting to us today, and thanks for coming along.
And I'm going to see if I can grab Mr. Matika out of his rig, mainly so I don't have to squat down. Can I get you to join us and get on camera as well? Well, first off, congratulations. 2 victories in 2 races. That second race, the start, how crazy was that compared to race 1 where you were fighting away from the back?
Well, it was to be fair, I wasn't expecting that because my start was pretty terrible, let's be honest. I mean, I dropped a place, actually 2 places, I tried to catch up, and all of a sudden we were going 3 wide. It never ends well. I spin, and then the rest of the race was kind of calm. It wasn't, I'm going to say it wasn't very difficult or challenging, but in the end, lucky. Only that, lucky.
So you've driven a lot of sims. What stood out to you in your time with RENNSPORT?
Well, I didn't play it a lot. I mean, I haven't played it in a while, but it was actually quite simple to get in and really feel the car, which was really interesting for me. And even you said I was using PC1. I know the AMG is quite... I mean, I'm going to say you can drive it without DC in most of the sims, but I just drove it and it felt like really, really natural, which was a very positive thing.
And so you didn't get much time, but for those of the community watching and excited for the launch in about 26 days' time, what one feature do you think is most exciting here on RENNSPORT?
Well, I would actually say that it's quite easy to enter. You don't have to be worried about, how am I going to drive? I'm going to be able to stay on the road. It is challenging though, but you can still stay on the road, you can have some fun and really enjoy the multiplayer and all of the other features. So it's quite a nice experience in the end.
And so you say it's easy. Does that make crossplay even cooler then? Because now anyone can kind of jump in, controller, wheel, it doesn't really matter, and hopefully get up to speed.
I would say yes, because you don't really need expensive equipment. Of course, it does help, let's be honest. But, I mean, for console players, you can just jump in. You can have a very, I'm not going to say a cheap wheel, but in general, affordable wheel, and you can still be competitive.
Great to have you. Congratulations, winner of the Creator Cup on Saturday.
Thank you very much for having me.
Well, Ewan, that was fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, two good races, and as we saw in the second one, a bit of late drama as well. I've just been over here looking at the final points, by the way, because we've been sent those. We planned to have 2 races today. Daniel Moore has not been changing our schedule again, so we've been able to have 2 races properly with proper points as well. So obviously, Matika winning the thing overall, 2 race wins. You'd expect so. Kaya's second place, despite that spin on the last lap there, would have been closer had he won that second one, but still not. Then Xander in third position, Maz in fourth, and Phil in fifth position at the end there as well. So important podium there for Maz towards the finish. But yeah, those are the 5 drivers. And thanks to them for joining us here at the RENNSPORT booth and giving us the action in the Creator Cup for Saturday.
And that means now the rigs will get open once again for the next 2 hours. If you are here at SimRacing Expo, at the RENNSPORT booth, come and try out the game 26 days before launch. And I believe they'll be back on Monza, right?
I think so, yeah. The hot laps on the other rigs have still been ongoing, by the way. There's been a few hot laps obviously going on. But because obviously we weren't using all the rigs, so we're using the other ones for Monza hot laps, and I can still see them happening over there just in front of us in the corner. So yeah, do come along to the RENNSPORT booth and to the rigs. They're just about to be filled up again with people trying to qualify for our daily competition coming up a little bit later on this afternoon.
And the hope is that we will get the chance to chat with some of the drivers that you may have seen competing in R1 in the Esports World Cup. My eyes are just averted trying to flick my way through the large audience here at the SimRacing Expo to find one of those drivers. We talked to Will Chadwick yesterday. We talked to Kaiki Oliveira, Dara McCormack, Florian Hasper. We even had a chat with the creative director, Kim, of the game. And so maybe what we'll do is, if we do have the opportunity, I was trying to see if we could find Morris, the CEO of Competition Company.
He was here for the race, but then
he's a busy bee today.
He is, yeah, and obviously these events are very busy for those who have got stands here for various ongoings. So yeah, pretty difficult to grab people. They were all hanging about yesterday. It was very easy, but we've used them up. We went too soon. We've used them all up in one day.
Yeah, that was the issue. I'll also just let you know that for those that have watched the RENNSPORT radio checks, the dive into the development and the stories of what's happening behind the scenes, we are planning on filming one of those here this weekend. So do stay tuned on the RENNSPORT channels on social media for news about when that drops. Morris, as well as Marco, talking through the high-level vision for what they see and all the developments going on behind the scenes. But yes, in about 2 hours' time, we will be back with our competition portion of the day. I'm not seeing any of our drivers, so I think what we'll do instead is take a break. Ewan and myself will step away. We'll be back in 2 hours' time at 3 p.m. local here at the SimRacing Expo at the RENNSPORT booth on Super Saturday, and get ready for some more great competition. See you then.
Off the corner, toe-to-toe, these two juggernauts of R1 are now meeting again.
He's going to try and go for the lead here on the outside line.
That is absolutely unbelievable. This is fantastic battling. There's squeezing, there's bumping, there's banging, there's bruising. Next stop for them, Riyadh. Next stop, the Esports World Cup.
We're at the Nationales Automuseum, the Low Collection, and I am joined by Marco, our CEO and co-founder, and also Morris, the same CEO and co-founder. So Marco, we just came back from EWC. It was an awesome event. Maybe you have a few words to say about this, as it's your little project, I'd say.
Yeah, so obviously EWC is a big thing for us. With RENNSPORT, we are participating there the second time in a row. Before it was Gamers 8, but since it is EWC, it's already the second time. This time we had the big honor to be the first title to finish, so that means opening also the club championship, which is a fantastic story for us as well, and gives a lot of value to the players and to the participating team especially. The whole championship we designed around the teams, because this is the fit and the sport, which is very attractive, and I guess we designed a format which demonstrated that. So very pleased how it went this year. Absolutely fantastic.
We had many emotions. It was amazing on site as well. But we didn't go there alone, Morris. We also brought some new partners that we had.
Yeah, this year we came with a new partner for all the SimRig environment. It's Playseat. A really impressive new rig they released or shown there first, and also with Moser, a company which is quite familiar in the sim racing environment and is growing a lot at the moment. It's just really cool having these both partners for sporting now, also well integrated into the whole ecosystem of RENNSPORT. So I think it worked perfect. And also let me say, the stage we saw there on EWC this year was amazing. So we learned a lot of things over the last years, and we all brought it all together. So what we saw this year is for sure the best on-site sporting we ever made, I would say.
And you talked about the big esports stuff, but we're also planning on doing some smaller esport things currently.
Yeah, so as you all know, we started our journey with a pure commitment to sport, and we built it a bit in a different way. We built it top down. We started with R1 as the top tier, but now with the release coming closer and also being available on console, we definitely will enlarge our sporting system there with R2 and R3. I will not spoil too many details about this, but we are definitely on it to back the top racing league with R1 with the lower tiers, and yeah, hopefully you will receive that well, what we are designing there.
It's interesting. We also talked a bit about potentially new offline events.
Yeah, as we saw in the past, offline events are always the big thing for the team and also for the community. And for sure we are planning to integrate this in all the R2, R3 ideas we have, really to build this sporting pyramid as we said in the beginning. So this is now really coming to life with the release of the game. Marco said it, on console, so cross-play, so we can involve a lot of people into the whole sporting system, and this really is the starting point for all the R2, R3 and other sporting activities, and it will include offline events as well.
So what were your highlights for the EWC? There was a lot of great stuff, but were there some moments that that stood out to you?
Highlights are always linked to big emotions, I would say, and if you see Team Redline winning the team championship and with all the emotions involved, it's absolutely fantastic. This is, sorry for stealing that, Morris, this is with the goose bubbles.
Definitely.
No, that's fantastic to see, definitely, yes. And this also is for me very nice to see that the format paid off exactly in that team format. And let me mention one more thing. If we want to name an outstanding driver within EWC, it's definitely Darren McCormack for me. What he performed, honestly, it's absolutely amazing. So very great experience what we created there for the teams, but also for individual drivers.
Let me add one thing. So what I saw this year on EWC was just outstanding, and how the teams really understood to work as a team. This was completely new for me in racing or esport, and it worked so good. And I think we established a format which is really new and great for the future. And I also have to say again, it always is such important for us to take all these experiences and knowledges from stage and all these high-end drivers really to make the game better. So all the feedback we get at these kind of events and all the data we can collect helps us so much really to make the game better. And this still works so close before the release. So we have several things took away from EWC, and yeah, was really good.
We kept our promise to really set up a stage for those athletes. We promised that, and together with all our partners, we absolutely delivered this year. We are proud of that, and it was received very well by not just the participants but also the partners you mentioned. So for us, incredible event.
We are at the Nationales Automuseum, the Low Collection, and I am joined by Marco, our CEO and co-founder, and also Morris, the same CEO and co-founder. So Marco, we just came back from EWC. It was an awesome event. Maybe you have a few words to say about this, as it's your little project, I'd say.
Yeah, so obviously EWC is a big thing for us. With RENNSPORT, we are participating there the second time in a row. Before it was Gamers 8, but since it is EWC, it's already the second time. This time we had the big honor to be the first title to finish, so that means opening also the club championship, which is a fantastic story for us as well, and gives a lot of value to the players and to the participating team especially. The whole championship we designed around the teams, because this is the fit and the sport which is very attractive, and I guess we designed a format which demonstrated that. So very pleased how it went this year. Absolutely fantastic.
We had many emotions. It was amazing on site as well. But we didn't go there alone, Morris. We also brought some new partners that we had.
Yeah, this year we came with a new partner for all the SimRig environment. It's Playseat. A really impressive new rig they released or shown there first, and also with Moser, a company which is quite familiar in the sim racing environment and is growing a lot at the moment. It's just really cool having these both partners for sporting now, also well integrated into the whole ecosystem of RENNSPORT. So I think it worked perfect. And also let me say, the stage we saw there on EWC this year was amazing. So we learned a lot of things over the last years, and we all brought it all together. So what we saw this year is for sure the best on-site sporting we ever made, I would say.
And you talked about the big esports stuff, but we're also planning on doing some smaller esport things currently.
Yeah, so as you all know, we started our journey with a pure commitment to sport, and we built it a bit in a different way. We built it top down. We started with R1 as the top tier, but now with the release coming closer and also being available on console, we definitely will enlarge our sporting system there with R2 and R3. I will not spoil too many details about this, but we are definitely on it to back the top racing league with R1 with the lower tiers, and yeah, hopefully you will receive that well, what we are designing there.
It's interesting. We also talked a bit about potentially new offline events.
Yeah, as we saw in the past, offline events are always the big thing for the team and also for the community. And for sure we are planning to integrate this in all the R2, R3 ideas we have, really to build this sporting pyramid as we said in the beginning. So this is now really coming to life with the release of the game. Marco said it, on console, so cross-play, so we can involve a lot of people into the whole sporting system, and this really is the starting point for all the R2, R3 and other sporting activities, and it will include offline events as well.
So what were your highlights for the EWC? There was a lot of great stuff, but were there some moments that that stood out to you?
Highlights are always linked to big emotions, I would say, and if you see Team Redline winning the team championship and with all the emotions involved, it's absolutely fantastic. This is, sorry for stealing that, Morris, this is with the goose bubbles.
Definitely.
So that's fantastic to see, definitely, yes. And this also is for me very nice to see that the format paid off exactly in that team format. And let me mention one more thing. If we want to name an outstanding driver within EWC, it's definitely Darren McCormack for me. What he performed, honestly, it's absolutely amazing. So very great experience what we created there for the teams, but also for individual drivers.
Let me add one thing. So what I saw this year on EWC was just outstanding, and how the teams really understood to work as a team. This was completely new for me in racing or esport, and it worked so good. And I think we established a format which is really new and great for the future. And I also have to say again, it always is such important for us to take all these experiences and knowledges from stage and all these high-end drivers really to make the game better. So all the feedback we get at these kind of events and all the data we can collect helps us so much really to make the game better. And this still works so close before the release. So we have several things took away from EWC, and was really good.
We kept our promise to really set up a stage for those athletes. We promised that, and together with all our partners, we absolutely delivered this year. We are proud of that, and it was received very well by not just the participants, but also the partners you mentioned. So for us, incredible event.
I'm joined by the two executive directors, Florian and Toby, here at the Nationales Automuseum, the Low Collection. Thank you for having us. Can you introduce yourself quickly?
Well, my name is Tobias Reichle. I'm sharing duties with Florian here, and I'm curating the collection. So I'm responsible for the cars here in the collection, and I'm doing that for over 6 years right now.
My name is Florian Urbic, and I'm the second part of the executive directors here, and I'm responsible for marketing, PR, for our collection and for events and all that kind of stuff. And I joined the team 3 years ago, so 1 year before the opening of the museum.
Right, the opening of the museum 3 years ago. We have been in contact since then. Morris has been in contact with you. And from what I've heard at least, we wanted to work with you for a very long time, and we're glad that it finally worked. We were here to scan some cars. Can you tell us a bit about the Nationales Automuseum, the Low Collection?
Well, the museum was transformed from a private collection into a public museum. Mr. Loh, the owner of the cars and the founder of the museum, he has been collecting cars for now close to 40 years. It all started when he was a little boy of 10 years of age, and a friend of his parents visited in a Mercedes 190 SL, a silver roadster. And that day he fell in love with the car, and he promised one day when he can afford one, he'll buy one for himself. And so, like close to 40 years ago, he kept the promise he made to himself as a little boy, and he started the collection.
Did he start it with that car, or did he have a different car at first?
So he bought, so one of his first cars was a 190 SL, and then he started to collecting other Mercedes and Porsche and stuff like that, and then expand into different sections of cars. So like pre-war cars, racing cars, Formula One cars. So that started the new collection of him like 25 years ago.
Okay, that's cool. So now you're working with RENNSPORT and stuff. How is the collaboration with RENNSPORT?
Well, when we first talked to Moritz, and he gave us the vision of RENNSPORT and what's behind it, I think we were really convinced right from that point on that we want to be on board, and we're happy to be a partner of RENNSPORT, and happy to have you guys here to scan our cars, and are happy to have our cars in the video game. Can't wait to play them. And yeah, we're pretty much convinced that this is going to be the greatest video game in the world, I guess.
That sounds very promising. We are, again, very grateful that we can be here and that we also can use your cars to implement them in our game. Now for something more personal, what's your favorite car in the collection that we have here?
Well, to be honest, that changes every week because we have so many different cars in here. So we're displaying around 150 cars in total. For me personally, at the moment, it's a Bugatti Type 59, which is in our current special exhibition, which is dedicated to 75 years of Formula One and Grand Prix racing. So this is my pre-war favorite car at the moment.
Nice. And what about you?
Well, as Tobias said, it's really difficult to pick one, and but the car I'm picking most of the time recently, the first Ferrari 250. That's a Ferrari 250S, so the grandfather of the Ferrari 250 GTO that everybody knows, and it's a one-off, and it's got a great history that you could write books about or make films about. And it won the 1952 Mille Miglia. To beat the Mercedes Works team is a great achievement, and so you really have to admit that what the car achieved and what it did for Ferrari's history is so amazing, and so that would be my favorite.
Nice. Then another question to this whole collection that you have here. What is the rarest car that you have here?
Where to start, where to stop? I would start with the Maybach Accelero. which is a one-off car, so this is quite rare. So this was a cooperation between Maybach and the tire makers Fulda. So this was a tire for fast, heavy cars. So they drove in Nado with that car, which is a one-off V12 bi-turbo, 351 and 45 kilometers per hour with Klaus Ludwig. So they did a record with this car in 2005. So we have the car over here, but Florian will mention at least another car, I think.
Well, to look at it from a different angle, the Maybach Accelero is a rare car, but it's very well known because it was used for promotion back then. And then we have other rare cars that like 95% or even more of the people that come here have never seen it or never even heard about it. Like, for example, the Bucciali from the early 1930s. And it blows people away because of its looks. But the Bucciali brothers never intended to become car makers. They built their cars to promote their invention. So they only built 6 cars and only 2 of those still exist. And the only one that can be publicly seen is the one here in the Nationales Automuseum. So there are different angles to look at it. Yeah.
And there's many other cars around here, like the Alfa B Motore, which was like an invention of Enzo Ferrari to beat the Germans, the Silver Arrows in the 1930s. We can tell like an hour about our special cars in here.
We are in contact with the Nationale Automuseum since 2 or 3 years, so it's really good relationship we have here. And then they gave us the chance really to scan all the cars we would like to have in RENNSPORT over the next quarters. I think, Alex, we start with the touring car area. Yeah, I mean, you see one car here, but if you look closely and pay attention, there's like little flick switches that like individual to drivers. And Alan McNeish has like a button and flick switch. It's called the Stark Fuck Up. So whatever that means for him to get rid of some issues, so to say. Yeah, it's just personalized. And I think the story of us is like we want to bring closer together the real life cars that we see here to like a digital twin. Yeah, and there was the story from the beginning. Mark and I always had in mind we scanning real-world cars and bringing the digital twins into RENNSPORT. And here you can see a perfect example how this works.
Let me add something there, because those little details is at the end what is underlining the soul of a car. And this is when you enter that venue here, it's unbelievable how immediately you got caught by that spirit in there. Every individual car is telling an individual story, and this is what we want to catch with those really precise replications in the highest quality, as you hopefully appreciate then when you see that, and bear those little stories in mind. This is the starting point of telling that, and really the starting point of transporting this spirit and this soul of every individual car to you and to the virtual world then at the end.
Going through the 2000, Bernd Schneider, he was a DTM champion at this year, I think. And then going through to the 90s, just look at it, it looks absolutely amazing. And also here, just once you have that car in game, just pay attention, go into like spectator mode, look at all the little stickers on the steering wheel, on the flick switches, just go around the car and just appreciate the little details that makes this car this car.
That's my favorite part, I would say. That's the early beginning of DTM, or I would say it's not the beginning of DTM, there was DTM before, but that's the golden age of DTM. So it's the late 80s with the BMW and the Klaus Ludwig Mercedes.
What we can do is like if you look at that door, for example, later, like that's what DTM makes special, right? You have, it's basically production cars, so you need to keep some certain parts stock. So if you have, lucky enough, an E30 at home right now, you could just say like, hey, I can retrospect some of the individual bits and pieces of the original street cars. Same goes with the E90 Evo. I think that livery, just everybody knows it who has like a little bit looked into DTM and German motorsports. It's just so iconic. I would love to just live here for the next 3 years and scan every single car that lives here. For me, what these cars in the 2004 years are for you is for sure for you, Marco and me. But 3 of these cars you could see here will for sure be in our first part of Touring Car DLC.
Happy to introduce something very exciting, especially for me personally, to be honest. It is on purpose that we are sitting in front of a Le Mans winner car. One of the very iconic faces of Le Mans were dominated by that prototype from Porsche. And this car here is part of our Endurance Classic DLC.
1 out of how many cars? 3 that we scanned so far. I think super cool start. Other ones maybe stay a little bit of a secret so far, but yeah, I'm gonna probably be back quite soon scanning the next batch of cars. So maybe you guys, if you saw something in B-roll that you would like to see in RENNSPORT, let us know. We're happy to listen to you guys and just bring whatever you want if it makes sense. Yeah, I don't know what it is with you, Morris, but I get goosebumps sitting in front of that car.
Definitely, it's my standard answer on that.
3 wide off the corner. Toe to toe, these two juggernauts of R1 are now meeting again.
He's going to try and go for the lead here on the outside line.
That is absolutely unbelievable. This is fantastic battling. There's squeezing, there's bumping, there's banging, there's bruising. Next stop for them, Riyadh. Next stop, the Esports World Cup.
We are just 26 days away from the launch of RENNSPORT and getting closer and closer to the excitement. This is SimRacing Expo. This is the RENNSPORT booth. And I'm Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Ewan O'Leary as we get set for some race action.
The competition.
You and I were just catching up with some of the R1, Dara McCormack, Moritz Lohner, and a couple of others in the last handful of hours. We had our Creator Cup race slightly earlier today. Plenty of excitement. But now it's time for a bit of competition and for some prizes to be paid out as well. We'll talk about the prize packages in a few moments' time. But Ewan, what a journey it has been. You and I were out last night with the entirety of the sim racing exhibitors for a nice evening. Had a good chat with Morris, the team at RENNSPORT as well. And I still remember early 2022, the debut at Katowice with ESL. How far we've come since then.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the thing we've been talking about all week because it is one of the impressive things, the most impressive things about this whole story, that the way that we've come along, and now to be welcoming in 26 days' time cross-play on Xbox, PlayStation and PC, something that we've not seen in this kind of a simulator before. You know, having access to this kind of a simulator for console players, as well as the ability to play against the PC players as well, is absolutely wonderful. And that's the sort of, well, it's not the end of the journey, but it's the point that we're at, it's the waypoint we've reached at the moment, should I say. And that's a great thing, celebrating that this week, and it's been great.
And allow for drivers with all sorts of setups, whether you start with just a controller or you start with something like a G27, make your way up through the ranks of hardware. That will hopefully open the doors for many. These are, of course, the same rigs that were used at the Esports World Cup this year, with hardware provided to us by our partners at Moza and Playseat. A big thank you to them, and of course, a big thank you to the developers at Teon, the publisher Nacon, who's making all of this happen. And like you said, 26 days away from crossplay. PC, Xbox, and PlayStation. Pre-orders already open on the Xbox Store and on the PlayStation Store, but on PC, pre-orders will open soon on Steam and the Epic Game Store for you to get into the fun. There's a look at one of the drivers getting nestled into the rig. And like we said, 18 drivers, Ewan, going to be split into two semi-finals. The odd-numbered qualifiers will be in the first, the even numbers in the second, and from there, the top four advance to each of to our final, I should say.
Yep. So 8 of them from this section going through into the final, coming up very, very shortly after. I believe the other semi-finals currently being rounded up, the other drivers, so that they can jump in straight after. Going to be a quick turnover, and it's an interesting list, isn't it? Because we've got some R1 drivers of past and present, and we've also got just general members of the public who we're going to learn about in the next 2 hours.
And some of those drivers who have been in this sort of environment before. This sort of circular setup has been the staple of R1 competition since the very start, and some are very comfortable scrolling through their phones. Yep. Have you noticed that we're talking about you yet? Yeah, there you go.
Isn't that just the modern world? Goodness me. Kids on their phones these days.
Oh, well. Go back to the original point I was trying to make.
Sorry.
For some of the general public, this will be a different environment. You've got these two guys in the booth talking some nonsense, but you've also got the screen directly in front of you. You've got the people around you, and what a packed Saturday it is here at the SimRacing Expo.
Oh, it's very, very busy, isn't it? When you're walking around, there's so many people here. It's such a great event. And while we were out last night, I don't know if you noticed, pictures up from previous years in like a montage from all the previous years over the last decade. It's wonderful to see how this event has come on. It's always been sort of a big deal in the sim racing world, I would say, even before I was properly as deep in, some would say I'm too deep in now, but before I was, properly in 2015, 16 or so, it was a massive fixture on the calendar, and it's great that it still is, and is more popular now as well. More companies here than ever before, more people here as well than an event I've ever been at, certainly, and I've been to a few now. So yeah, it's fantastic. Thanks for that. Thanks for laughing. It's fantastic. It's been wonderful, and to have RENNSPORT here as well is absolutely great. Hopefully the RENNSPORT orange is going to become a fixture or a part of the furniture here.
I didn't even realize, but I got a new phone earlier this month.
RENNSPORT orange.
RENNSPORT orange, there we go. Apple getting in on the fun as well. Right. as the drivers get settled into their rigs, let's talk about what we've been through today. Quick agenda, recap, and obviously some of this already in the past. We had our Creator Cup race slightly earlier today. 2 races at Spa. Very interesting to see how the creators got on, and we asked a few of them to describe RENNSPORT in one word, and we got some varying answers. Challenging, varying, nuts from one driver, but we had a lot of fun. We've opened up the rigs for Hotlap competitions for the last couple of hours, and that will also be the case for the final couple of hours once we are wrapped up here with our daily competitions. But for those of you still in line, don't fret. There are still 2 rigs off in the corner that will be continue to be available for you to jump on. And Ewan, you and I got our chance to jump behind the wheel last night.
Yeah, we did. Just while we were closing up, we had a little go. Tried to use our knowledge of this simulator and indeed sim racing, put it to the test. Turns out it's a bit easier to talk about sim racing than it is to actually do it.
Hey, I had an excuse.
Yes, Daniel Moore, I was talking to you the whole time, but and somebody, to be fair, was commentating on me in my face, so that didn't help me. But
taste of your own medicine.
Exactly, that's what he said. So yeah, that was not ideal. But yeah, it was great fun and great to get an appreciation once again. Although I know I already had it. Great to get another affirmative appreciation of just how difficult it is to do this. And indeed, you know, how skilled these guys are, even the guys who we're going to be seeing here this afternoon.
Let me go see if I can grab a word with one of our drivers very quickly. Moritz Lohner sat closest to the stage, so he's therefore the one that's going to get picked on first. Morris, it's good to see you. How you doing?
Good to see you again. It's been a while.
So, RENNSPORT, you've been around since 2022. We're obviously getting closer and closer to the launch. One word to describe RENNSPORT.
One word. I'm so bad at this. Exciting. For us as drivers, it's always exciting, yeah.
And, you know, there's lots of people who have been following along with the launch of the game as we've gotten closer and closer. What's one feature that you think for a new player on day one they need to jump in and try?
I think ranked multiplayer probably. Like it's so easy to just jump into the game, go into a lobby, like sign up for a race, and then just do a race. It's so plug and play in RENNSPORT, which is quite a lot of fun, which I do myself at home as well. And I think for every player, like launch the game, go into multiplayer, ranked, and yeah, just have some fun races.
Let's have some fun today, Moritz. You and who you've got?
I'm with Tobias Pfeffer, who's also going to be driving in the first semi-final. I didn't know you were going to be racing this competition. What brings you to the SimRacing Expo and RENNSPORT stand here today?
Yeah, I mean, every year I'm here at the Expo, and it's quite random that I actually got here. And with Vasilios, my teammate, we just said let's do it and try it, and yeah, we qualified.
Have you got any expectations?
Yeah, let's hope P1, but the competition with Moritz and Vasilios is quite high, so yeah, let's see.
So you've been in R1 now for a little while. How have you been finding RENNSPORT to drive, coming back to it here this week?
I mean, it's really fun. Like, compared to other sims, it's sometimes also better racing, like the collision stuff and everything. It is better sometimes than other sims, so I think yeah, it's a great game and it's fun.
I'll give you the same question we've been giving everyone this week. If you could describe RENNSPORT in a word, have you got a word?
Oh my god, I'm also really, really bad, but I just know it from EWC. I would say intense. The grid is really tight, so yeah, I think that's a word for it.
I realise we're asking people to do it in the second language, so it's quite hard. Thanks for chatting to me though, and good luck for the semi-final in a moment. Starting in a few moments' time. I think they're just getting everybody ready, all 9, and yeah, we'll soon be underway for the first of 2 semi-finals.
I just had to double check what track we were racing at as well. We head first to the Temple of Speed, to the legendary Monza circuit, and you've been looking forward to this, I think, for one reason and one reason alone. Turn 1, lap 1 chaos, and we've got Moritz Lohner here.
It's just dawned on you, hasn't it? Yes, we do have Moritz Lohner here. He's famously good at turn 1 at Monza, as we know. It makes for good makes for good races anyway. So so we look forward to that. But yeah, again, there'll be people who don't understand what we're talking about. R1 2023 Munich. He crashed into everybody. Marcel Cinchik won a lot of money. That's all you need to know. Yes, Monza it is. And that's, of course, what they qualified on as well, so it makes sense.
Yes, our hot laps have been throughout the day at Monza. Yesterday they were at Spa. Hopefully tomorrow will be another fascinating track. My vote, Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, but that's neither here nor there. They're out for practice first, and then we'll get underway with qualifying. And if you've never watched an R1 competition, I love the qualifying format because it's the only sim that really makes you feel like you're in a hyperpole or superpole qualifying session. One lap, no chance to make a mistake.
And you know, it's again one of those advantages of being in a simulator, because we can do hyperpole / one-shot qualifying, whatever you want to call it, superpole, better than you can in real life. When you do it in real life, you have to sort of do everybody one by one, and it can be exciting. You know, there's certain tracks in the world like Bathurst or so on where it is quite exciting, but not everywhere, and it does take quite a long time. So to have it in the simulator here, you've got the track to yourself in the simulator. However, we will see them all come across the line effectively 10-20 seconds apart, something like that. That makes it really exciting and really quick. And we're quickly into the race as well. It's
it's brilliant.
It's perfect. It's one of the advantages of being in the simulator. And as you say, RENNSPORT does. You can sort of create this in other sims if you want to, but RENNSPORT, it's in the sim. RENNSPORT does all the work for you. You don't have to tell the drivers to do anything. RENNSPORT does it for you, which makes obviously the organisers' job a lot easier.
And the prizes are just getting wheeled out next to us. So a quick word on the wonderful prize packages powered by our partners. Our winner today will win a Moser Racing prize bundle. That's the R5 wheelbase and pedals, I believe, and a copy of the deluxe edition of the game. Second place will win a beautifully framed piece of artwork with Jeddah, the track layout sort of highlighted in a really fascinating way. They'll also get a copy of the deluxe edition of the game. And third place, not forgotten by any means, they get a RENNSPORT cap and a deluxe edition as well. And we'll talk about the different editions, what they mean in a few moments time, but there's some extra goodies that you will get if you grab the deluxe edition. If you just pre-order the standard edition though, you'll get the Ford Mustang GT3, special livery, and 3 days early access.
Absolutely, so very much an incentive to get in there early. There'll be plenty of people online early, especially with cross-play enabled from day one. It's going to be a lot of fun to be there early. So, yeah, very much recommend it as we get ready for this qualifying session. You can see what we mean now about the hyperpole business. It effectively tells, and you'll see in a moment, there'll be a countdown timer for each of these drivers. It will be slightly different. So, as I say, from a and there you go. So you can see the countdown now. This driver clearly going to be going off quite quickly, but it creates the excitement for us. Doesn't take too long. And it's foolproof. So here we go.
Foolproof?
I say that. Yeah.
You're tempting sim racers. They always like to try and find a way to make things interesting. Right. One lap qualifying at the Temple of Speed. Heavy braking zones, track limits that are treacherous both from a gravel perspective. You'll lose some speed if you dig a couple of wheels into gravel, but it's also not impossible to invalidate a lap time here. And so away we go. First time we'll be thrown onto the board in about 1 minute and 40 seconds time, and it's a BMW that is first across the line as we race in GT3 cars here with the BOP from the Esports World Cup, all done in collaboration with the teams and drivers. All power on through the opening corner, limited traction control, and around she goes.
That is not ideal at all in the qualifying. As we mentioned, it's one-shot qualifying, so you only get one opportunity, and that will mean a start at the back. However, a top 4 only will get you forward into the final, so it is certainly not over, especially given we've got turn 1 coming up.
And we've got 3 drivers who are top-level sim racers at the very least, between Tobias Pfeffer, Vasilius Belitsiotis, and Moritz Lohner. Count David Sobrero in that mix as well. So I think we're going to be in for a really close battle at the front of the field. Here comes the Williams Sim Racing machine of Belitsiotis as he into the second chicane, gets on the brakes, the front end dive down, clatter over the curbs, be aggressive on that left side of the track. Here comes Moritz Lohner, BMW for him.
Through the first chicane as well, sector time is going to be apparently even with somebody. Not sure who's got the best first sector time at the moment, but Lohner pretty close. As you just listed there, we have got 4 recognised proper sim racers as far as, you know, regularly racing in the top level things goes. However, there could be a surprise.
Everyone here is good.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing about these events. The general public, the people we've not heard of, always, no, not surprises. I guess we get less surprised every time, but they are very good, even though they don't race week in, week out with these guys.
So Vasilius Belitsiotis and Moritz Lerner, identical in Sector 1. Identical. Belitsiotis has got purple though, so maybe down to the 4th significant digit. There was a little bit of a difference. But let's get our first times on the board in just a moment as they sweep out of the Parabolica. Patrick Pils has got provisional pole. Tobias Pfeffer about 1.6 seconds quicker, but David Sobrero finds even more time. That's 1 more second gained. Here comes Lohner. He's battling with Belitsiotis, it would seem. 1:47.643, a flying lap time.
Absolutely flying. The 4 favourites are 1, 2, 3 and 4, as we'd expected to see, but Vasilius Belitsiotis got a slow down in the final part of the lap. That would have been through Ascari. That's where you always pick them up here at Monza, nowhere else. And so it is the 4 favourites who go 1, 2, 3, 4, but anything can happen in the race, absolutely anything.
We've thrown Moritz Lohner under the bus, so I'm going to prop him up just a little bit. I still remember Gamers 8. There was a great race at Monza, and he was part of a 3-way fight for the lead of the race that ended 3 wide at the line, and he is almost 2 full seconds quicker than David Sobrero, with Belitsiotis 3rd, Tobias Pfeffer in 4th. So that's 2 of the Williams Sim Racing drivers, 3rd and 4th positions. Patrick Pils, Marvin Mittman, Julian Moch, Felix Hoheisel, and then Mihai Dragan. Then 9 drivers getting ready to battle.
Sorry to the German names we don't know that we're getting wrong here, and they're all Germans watching us, so that's good. That's bad for us. But
you've heard what happens when someone says my name incorrectly.
we're gonna yeah, let's not do that. We won't do that. But yeah, wow, yeah, unearthed a memory there. But yes, standing starts, as used to be so common in R1 actually. But yeah, I quite like to see them back. Here we go.
And it's such a unique factor, the fact that drop the clutch and roll away a GT3 car. This is RENNSPORT, this is SimRacing Expo, and we're 26 days away from the launch. We are ready to fight. Moritz Lohner doesn't get a great launch, and instantly pressure from David Sobrero. Wheel to the braking zone of turn 1. Lohner trying to pinch and run the middle of the track, and they fan out behind. 3 abeam in the fight for what seems to be 6th position. Belitsiotis almost gets the nose chopped off by Tobias Pfeffer. Sobrero went deep, a little too deep, as they slip and slide off the corner. Lohner takes the lead back.
Yeah, Sobrero outbroke himself completely there, and he's going to lose the lead as a result. Tobias Pfeffer might well get through as well. Belitsiotis with a huge slide coming out of turn 2 is going to be under pressure from Marvin Mittman. Into the second chicane. Here they go. No, he'll just back out of that one. And the Porsches in the background hit him. That is going to send a mess in the background. Mittman goes around, and it's the 2 Porsches that got into him. It was Pils and Motic, I guess, who also got into contact there.
And remember, top 4 advanced to our final, and so with the gap that's now built between Belitsiotis and Dragan, that's about 2.5 seconds right now. It could be a non-fight between the top 4. Finish as they are, move your way on forward, and they will re-qualify for the final, I do believe. So some pressure will build once again to Ascari. This is where Belitsiotis got to slow down in qualifying, stick within the confines of the track, especially on the exit here. All 4 at the front, tidy.
Very tidy through the Ascari chicane. As long as they keep it tidy through there, and indeed around the rest of the lap, it should be these 4 through. But what a great prospect that is, by the way, for the final, because that's some big names to have in that final. We have got some other big names to come in the second semi-final, by the way, who will also challenge them from the other top 10, for example. The other ones in the top 10, likes of Nico Nunninghoff, Sven Gilhold, Turnlower, all drivers I've heard of and commentated on plenty of times in other simulators. So not sure how they'll be at RENNSPORT, but clearly not that bad because they've qualified inside the top 10 there.
Gaps weren't that bad either. I think we could be in for a fun one. There was a bit of bump drafting assistance between the teammates, but as Dragan tries to hold on to the position here, all this really does cost them a bit of time to those up the road. There was a look at Tobias Pfeffer with the Placey and Moser rigs that were the very same ones used at the Esports World Cup slightly earlier this year, but now it's 4 seconds between 4th and 5th position, and I think we could have a fun fight for 5th at the very least here.
I think we will do. It's of course the best placed position outside of those who will advance to the final as Dragan goes too deep on the brakes. Hoheisel follows and very nearly spinning up in the gravel in the background. Julian Moshe will get through into 6th position. So the BMW drops down, but it's important to fight for 5th position, because what if something happens to those front 4? You'll be the first one to pick up the pieces if indeed you are in that 5th place.
But what's the first rule of racing, whether it's sim or real?
Don't hit your teammate.
And there's 3 teammates running 2nd through 4th position, so you'd hope they're not going to make any bit of contact. Otherwise, Jake Hammond might have a bit of a word with them. Up towards Ascari, the BMW trying to put some pressure on, puts the Porsche in the middle of the track, sweeping into the left. A little unsettled, but decently off the corner as they continue their fight. These are only 5-lap races as well, so they are short but sweet, and a great run off the corner. Porsche left vulnerable.
Yeah, shorter than the R1 races, of course, so proper sprint race. As Horizon gets to the outside line now into the final turn. He'll go right round by the looks of things. Not quite clear yet, and now he does get clear. Up into 6th position. So a nice pass. Don't often see people get round the outside there.
And I heard a cheer from the crowd, so clearly someone supporting their driver here as they continue their fight. From up above, we take this great look on the main straight here at Monza. That draft so powerful. The Porsche makes some contact with the left rear. A bit of argy-bargy into the brake zone. BMW gets it wound down in time. A little bit wide. Oh, very good stuff, though, to hold on to the spot, even with that bit of contact.
Yeah, very good. It's getting your braking points right around here is just so difficult. We've seen, Sobrero, who's up there in 2nd at the moment, get it wrong into turn 1 on lap number 1. Thankfully, it didn't matter. That's Pilotiotis getting very slidey through the chicane. Yeah, thankfully it didn't matter, but so difficult to spot your braking points, and you're coming from such a high speed to such a low speed so often that it's a real challenge.
And one thing that Max Verstappen actually said after his debut in the GT3 cars, as both Belliciotis and Pfeffer off into the gravel on Ascari 2, he said that the difference between Formula 1 and GT3 was really in the braking. If you're 5 meters or even half a meter late on your braking point in an F1 car, you've got the downforce, you've got the brakes to slow down. In a GT3 car, it's a very different story, and so that consistency that we always talk about, Ewan, from the top level of sim racers, that's why it's so important.
I find it hard to believe the F1 car is not different in other ways, but it just means most. Did you say that? Most different,
Probably.
I suppose. Probably, yeah.
Probably.
That's probably what he means. But anyway, it's hard to believe that through the last twisty section of the Nordschleife, an F1 car wouldn't really be very different to a GT3.
Oh, the downforce would be mega.
I know, yeah. Dangerous, in fact. But we don't do it in real life anymore, of course. He's probably done it in the sim before, I would imagine.
That's the benefit of the sim.
Exactly, yeah. Talk about it all the time. Do things you can't do in real life with the sim. That's what it's for, in my opinion, anyway. So yeah, no, I absolutely can't believe it, because they're heavy as well. I know F1 cars are getting heavier, but these cars are heavy, really. They're proper cars. Originally, these cars obviously made for the road and stuff. Obviously, they're modified and whatever for GT3 racing, but at first design meetings, they're not thinking about what the braking performance at Turn 1 and Monza's like.
To be fair, heavily modified from their road car.
Yeah.
If you do want to get a road car, a race car for the road, look at a GT4 equivalent. The Porsche Cayman shares about 65% of the parts in its GT4 variant, so definitely something to look at. Moritz Lohner, 2.3 seconds. Trying to spin the car around. He's got a wry smile on his face as well. The gap was significant enough that with 1 lap still left to go, it's not done and dusted. Here comes the Mercedes, Dragon with a whole head of steam.
Oh my goodness, this could be a massive shock for Belliciotis, who is still smiling. It's not a smile out of happiness. He's down to 5th position, and he's got 1 more lap to try and get this 4th place back again. The top 4 qualify, of course, for that final from this first semi-final of the afternoon, and Dragon has got just 1 lap around Monza to hold on to the all-important 4th position.
And was that just a little bit greedy on the right foot? Sim racers like to use traction control set to 0 and leave it to their right foot to control. Slips up the inside into the opening corner for the final time. Mercedes on Mercedes fight, but not much Dragon can really do to fight back here, and a good exit from Belliciotis. That will relieve the pressure down to the 2nd chicane. Oh, what drama.
A big scare. I think he's going to be okay, but that was a huge scare for Vasilis Belliciotis, who certainly wouldn't have been smiling if he hadn't made the final, that's for sure. He's just about going to manage it, I think, although be under a lot of pressure from Dragon here. who again has kept pace very nicely.
Oh, no!
He slides again, and here comes Dragon on the way to the 2 Lesmos. This could get very close.
Oh, this is very, very feisty, and with already a couple of mistakes at Ascari, is that the point where Dragon can pounce? This is the exit to really focus on. Lesmo 2, sweep your way through, slightly cambered on the inside. Oh, Dragon's the one out of shape in the gravel and into the Armco.
And straight through for Hoysel, who will get to 5th place. If somebody goes off in front of him, then he'll be into the final. But Dragon just pushing so hard to try and get into that final. Peliziotis in the end, though, looks like he'll survive.
I can hear another noise in the background, by the way, which is they are doing some tire changes on a Mercedes GT3 car that's just across the way from us. But up front, no distractions from Moritz Lohner. No notice, no worries. He wins semi-final 1 here on Super Saturday at SimRacing Expo. At the RENNSPORT booth, it's Mouse, it's Lohner on top.
And very well done to Moritz Lohner. Victory here in semi-final number 1. It should be the other Williams drivers who make their way through as well, as Lohner goes for some donuts at the end. He will now have to hang around and compete in the final. Won that fairly comfortably as well, so he'll, dear me, Peliziotis. He'll be wondering what the other semi-finals like, or indeed whether he'll be challenged a bit more by these other guys who will be in the final with him.
And so confirmation, Lohner your winner, but also with the fastest lap, David Sobrero, Tobias Pfeffer, Vasilius Peliziotis. It's a trio of Williams Sim Racing drivers that advance. Well, unfortunately, we say goodbye to the rest, but it was great to have them here. And again, the gaps between the field, I think, show just how competitive it really was in that time attack qualifier.
Yeah, absolutely. It was pretty close across the board for all of the drivers who've made it. 18 very good drivers indeed. So we should get 8 of them out of the final, and indeed we'll see those in a moment. Here are the first 4, though. Round of applause for those in the first semi-final of this afternoon in our daily competition.
So it's time for us to switch the rigs around and get our second group of drivers into position. And we will be back with that second race. I tell you what, let's meander away from our booth once again. Let's not talk to Moritz. We've already talked to him once. Instead, let's go talk to Vasilius Peliziotis. I have to drag him into range of the microphone, unfortunately. So sorry, Vasilius, but wow, what a race! How loose was that car? How much were you struggling with the balance?
I mean, overall, just the feeling was not here. It's obviously like a very unusual area where you are, like you're not used to the equipment and stuff like that, and to its settings. So I was struggling a little bit with that. I think you could see it, especially in quali already with the off track. And yeah, then at that point, I just went into Ascari, went a little bit too hard on the curbs, and unfortunately lost the car. That's how racing is, sadly. So yeah, it's fine.
You have a lot of experience on other sims. What's the thing that stands out to you when you jump onto RENNSPORT? What do you enjoy?
I think what I like a lot about RENNSPORT is it's a sim where I just jump in, and I just, like, in other sims I need like hours to get fast again, but here it's like I need a couple of minutes, maybe half an hour, and then I have the feeling again. So that's a very special thing about RENNSPORT. The sim itself, I personally enjoy a lot, driving-wise as well. So compared to other sims here, I have less difficulties.
If we were to put you, Tobias, and David on track together, 1v1v1, who wins?
I mean, that's a pretty difficult question, especially when others are looking at me, when the competition is looking at me. It's gonna be hard. It would be selfish if I would say it's gonna be me, so I'm gonna be a bit respectful here on this side and just see yeah, how it goes.
Well, we'll see you in the final. Thanks for the chat. Very interesting race, to say the very least, Ewan, as we get to see the second group of drivers slide their way in. And this is a group of drivers that you're a bit more familiar with than I am.
Yeah, well, I know a few of them, yeah, from other simulators and so on. And again, we're going to learn some new names out of this once again, which is what these events are all about. We always see it in these LAN events, and again, they always surprise you, although less and less every time, obviously, as we do them. Always surprising just how close they are to the professionals. It shows how, you know, professionals are not sort of miles and miles away from the rest. They're sort of just, you know, just about ahead of the rest, and they are the top of the top, obviously. But there's plenty of them snapping at their heels and getting better all the time as well.
It's remarkable how many people I talk to in the IMSA paddock who talk about their experience in sim racing, and they always say, wow, it's competitive, wow, the talent is there, and I think we often get to talk about that. We don't often get to recognize that, so I wholeheartedly agree with you. That was an interesting race, though, and obviously our second semi-final will be at Monza as well. I wonder if these drivers were watching and learning, and this was something we talked about with our creators. Will they dial up the traction control slightly to avoid the slipping around that we've seen today?
Yeah, and because they're a little bit more knowledgeable than us, will they know, well, they will know that what the setting is and how to change it, indeed, as well. So that'll be good. But yeah, it is fastest to not run it if you can manage it yourself, but as we've said, it is very, very hard. And as I think Vasilis was sort of alluding to there, even the guys who do it all the time are a bit out of practice at the moment. The World Cup was quite a while ago, and they will have had a bit of a break after that, because obviously the preparation for a big tournament like that is absolutely massive, and the the sort of intense stress of it all as well is something you need a break from at the end of it. So they've had a long break, and you could see in the way that they were sliding the car. Normally you are sliding the cars in RENNSPORT, that's normal, but
the extent.
Yeah, the extent to which they looked like they were a little bit out of control at times, and that was a feature of that race there. But yeah, it was the favourites who made it through that first semi-final, and no surprises. But we are going to see some new names in that final because of this second semi-final we've got coming up.
So while we wait for drivers to get situated, let's talk about what's to come in RENNSPORT land. Of course, the 26 days away, 13th of November. You'll get the full console launch alongside of crossplay with PC. There's a handful of new cars to look forward to. The McLaren 720S GT3, a couple of other GT3 cars as well, including the glorious Ford Mustang, available for those as a special perk if you pre-order the standard edition and the deluxe edition of the game. A Porsche 911 GT3R Evo and the RENNSPORT Founders Track, all alongside, for the first time, single player with AI and a championship mode.
Absolutely, and I know because we talked about it yesterday, we're very much offline enjoyers, single player enjoyers of like the AI and so on. Yeah, not of AI, but of the AI in the simulator. Yeah, no, it's a lot of fun, and it is important to remember. We often get caught up in it sometimes. We do events like this, we do LAN events, we often do a lot of leagues online, whatever. You forget there's a whole player base who have never touched the online side of things and don't want to either, and that's fair enough. You can absolutely see why, and there has got to be somewhere for them to go therefore as well. They probably don't want to drive on their own all the time, they just don't want to drive online. So single player modes like that, really important to first of all have that in the first place. Obviously good. Championship mode though is something that is really good, because if you can have something pre-made for you that you can properly get that feel of a championship with the AI, that's that you don't see that replicated very often in sim racing, and so yeah, that's something I'm looking forward to, definitely.
You talk about offline enjoyers. I said this yesterday in our Creator Cup stream that we did. I still remember being at Daytona for the first time. I went up in the grandstands. It was about 10 o'clock in the morning. We'd already done about 19 hours of the Daytona 24. I break out my Steam Deck, I load up RENNSPORT, and I start driving around it. Daytona virtually, while at Daytona with the GT3 cars. Only thing that could have made that cooler would have been having some AI in the mix as well. One of the cool things about our booth here at the SimRacing Expo is we've got a race car. We have a classic Alpha 155 DTM machine that won 3 races, this particular car, in its history. And this car scanned coming to the game as part of the Touring Classics Part 1 DLC. That includes not just the Alpha, but the Mercedes AMG 190E, the BMW M3 E30, as well as a second Mercedes, the C-Class V6 DTM, alongside the classic layout of the Hockenheimring. That DLC pack available for you if you pre-order, or rather if you buy, the deluxe edition of the game.
Were you on Wikipedia then in the break, looking at the different races that car has been in before or something? Can you remember what they were, the 3 races? No? I haven't got a clue. I mean, I wouldn't even been able to tell you that it was 3. So you got further than me.
Only reason I know there's 3 is there's a sign on the side, a little placard.
Oh, is that? Oh, right. Okay.
Haven't been paying much attention, have you?
I've often been on this. I've just realised that it's on the other side, though, isn't it?
Yes.
I don't often stand outside this booth because I'm meant to be in it. So, so I don't spend much time stood outside of it like I'm a spectator when I'm just allowed in. So no, I hadn't been reading that. But yeah. It's a really cool kart, and we're a big fan of the classics being introduced as DLCs into RENNSPORT as well. So that'll be a lot of fun. Along with that pack, of course, the old Hockenheim, which is a personal favourite of mine. It's the Hockenheim I grew up with, just about, and I'm just about old enough. Thanks. And yeah, it's great to have that in sim racing, since we can no longer in real life
blast off into the trees after turn 1 instead of the hairpin that we have now with the modern Hockenheim. It's not the only blast into the trees that you'll be able to do coming up. The first of the DLC packs before the Touring Classics Part 1 gets released will be the Endurance Classics Part 1, so expect more potentially in the future. The Porsche 911 GT1 joined by the Mercedes CLK, the legendary CLK LM, the Porsche 956, 3 cars, but the addition of the Circuit de la Sarthe as part of the Endurance Classic Part 1 DLC. Again, available to all those that buy the deluxe edition of the game. Standard edition buyers can also buy the DLC. I don't know. I'm excited for the Circuit de la Sarthe. Can you imagine ESL R1 races with that?
Yeah, I mean...
It'd be different.
It would be different. Would it not be a bit like the races at Daytona right now?
Yes.
Very, very close until the very end. And actually, it was a defining race on. It was the most exciting race on day 2, I want to say, when we eliminated one team out of the 6, which was quite an exciting day. I think Vasilios actually won that race in the end. Or maybe it was quite close. But anyway, there was a crash in the final bus stop chicane, and about 5 of them came to the line together. It was quite mad. And it was the defining race, I would say, on the final day as well, because Darren McCormack, I think, had won the first 3 races, or he'd certainly been up towards the front in a lot of them. And then, unfortunately, had an incident through the bus stop chicane, and that was sort of the end of that. Redline went on to win.
I saw Morris Lohner in a rig again, by the way.
I can see one of the staff in the rig as well. He's with us, isn't he? Yeah.
Oh, that's Kim.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't know names. Sorry.
Yeah, you confused me for that. That's Kim, our creative director, who sat in one of our rigs. Had a good chat with him yesterday as well, as we get closer and closer. It does look like they're going to be at Spa, based on what I'm seeing over the shoulder, rather than a Monza.
I'm impressed you can tell.
I know my track maps.
I can't see a track map, so your eyes are quite good as well. But well, maybe I can if I'm looking the right way.
If you look in the right place.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, you and I are a fan of the classic game of take a picture of a racetrack and try and figure out where it is.
I would wager that we're quite good at it as well, I think.
So John Hindorf asked me this question when we were at Petit Le Mans. He showed me a picture and said, Arjuna, where is this? And then within 10 seconds, I was like, Shanghai.
Right.
I was right. And I have never been so chuffed. Especially when John said, that's a good one. I was like, yes, let's go.
Yeah. It's not a particularly well-known circuit, is it, I suppose? Outside of the F1 circles.
The weird thing is sometimes you can get hints. For example, if it's a picture during a race weekend, you'll look at the advertising on the side, you'll look at the crowds, you'll try and figure out who they're supporting. He gave me a picture with none of that. It was an empty track, and that's when it gets more difficult.
Yeah. For some reason, I'm all right at grasping these kind of things. I don't know why. I just spend too long looking at racetracks, I suppose, which is one of the reasons why. It is my job, but still, it's
a good job, isn't it?
It's not bad. I'm not complaining, but it does also make you weirdly good at these nerdy things like that. So yeah, I enjoy that. Although I'm not. Oh yeah, you are right. That is a Spa track map there. So yeah, well done.
We're only a couple of minutes from getting away, but I'm going to see if I can steal a chat with one more person very quickly as we wait. Tom, can I steal you? Yeah. Sorry, Tom. He was deep in conversation with Morris, but I'm stealing you for a chat. Obviously, we are close to the RENNSPORT launch. You were part of our creator competition yesterday. One word to describe RENNSPORT.
It was a challenge because I was a really bad driver. So for me, I was spinning around a lot at the back, but it was really good fun. So yeah, challenging is the word.
Crossplay. We've been talking a lot about this, and I think it's so important, right? The fact that someone with a controller can jump on, compare themselves to a Dara McCormack who started on a controller on another platform, but now races at the top level of sim racing, right? What do you see at Traction in terms of the development of sim racing and people getting into the sport from the more casual sense?
Any game or sim that comes to console is hugely important because not everybody can afford a high-end PC, not everybody can afford the monitor or has the space. So if you're able to play on a controller, on a PlayStation or an Xbox, and then that allows you to compete against people on a PC, you might then step up later on the line. You might also be a younger audience. So anything, including RENNSPORT, coming to those devices and working well online is a massive thing for sim racing. Huge.
Obviously, long road to get here, but there's so many different features that have caught people's attention. What's the one thing that catches your eye that people should try out on the 13th of November?
Well, I hate to repeat myself, but it's just the fact that it's coming to a PlayStation 5. They're selling 80 million of those consoles, and this seems to be affordably priced, available physically or digitally. So there'll be people going into shops at the holiday season, and they'll be able to pick up, hopefully, we'll have to see, a decent racing simulation.
Thanks, Tom. Sorry for distracting you and Morris there.
So you're much taller in real life.
It's not bad, is it? It's a good vantage point.
Yes, I'm jealous.
Thank you, Tom. Sorry for that distraction, but I figured just before we got underway, Ewan, it would be good to grab a chat with someone who was very happy yesterday. I know he may not have had the performance he wanted, but one of the storylines in the Creator Cup race yesterday was what have we come up with a name for it? The Traction Overtake Cup?
Well, I thought we were going to see them again today, but they're very busy. I was chatting to them earlier, actually, about just the appointments they've got. I mean, Tom said it to me earlier that he's recorded 3 podcasts today, and that's why his voice sounds like that, by the way.
I was going to say,
he doesn't normally sound like that, for people who've not met him before. Yeah, he's lost his voice a little bit, but and he says he's got 3 more tomorrow. So very, very busy. If you're walking around the Sim Expo, you probably he's just running off as well. He's probably late for something. He's and of course John as well, and everybody there very much busy going around everybody. You've probably seen them chatting to people about various things. Obviously in on all the tech stuff that I don't understand, but also the game stuff as well. Good to get a sort of view from their point of view, because they're sort of. Well, yeah, I guess neutral is the right word, isn't it? Just neutrals standing back looking at this all and think, what is this like for sim racing, really, I think, rather than anything else. They're not particularly, but, you know, sometimes people get a bit tribal about their games or whatever. They're the opposite of that. There's what is this game and how is it going to be for sim racing? I think so far the reception is a positive one, in the sense of what it was just mentioning there. Lots more people are on console than PC, and we sometimes forget that. And
Yep.
But that's what this announcement excitingly is going to bring in 26 days' time.
And he was not wrong when he said 80 million something PlayStation 5s have been sold. So, yeah, you just think about that. A kid walks into a game store with their parents. He sees the cover art and he goes, I want that.
How many people do you think have powerful enough PCs with a steering wheel in the world to do this? It's got to be a fraction of that, hasn't it?
Oh, with a steering wheel, yeah.
Because that's part of it, isn't it? You can obviously play on a controller if you want to, but you know, if you want a simulation on PC, you're going to go the whole way, aren't you? So PC, but even just a PC powerful enough on its own, you know, can be very, very expensive, and in comparison, it's a more affordable option to get a PS5 or an Xbox. So. Yeah, great that it's been opened up for so many people by this.
There's a very loud race car that's being revved near us. We're not quite sure who, what, but it sounds pretty interesting. But we are underway with practice. You can see the steering wheels at work, provided to us by our excellent partners at Moser and Playseat. The winner of today's competition walks away with a Moser prize bundle alongside the deluxe edition of the game. So some goodies to add to the fun as well. And like we were wondering, it is at Spa that we get ready for the second semi-final.
It is indeed, and as you were speculating as well, we do have Moritz Lerner in it, along with our staff member as well there. So yeah,
Kim,
thanks. Sorry, I've met so many people, I've forgotten everyone's name. What's your name again? I'm joking. Yeah, what are they going to do with Moritz then, if he finishes in the top 4 again?
It's a good question.
He can't duplicate himself. So
he needs to try harder.
What's going to happen there? It has to make him drive 2 rigs in one go, reaching over at the steering wheel at the other one. No, I don't know what they're going to do.
Technically, you only need 1 foot to control a brake and a throttle.
Can you imagine? So, you have to be quite flexible.
Oh, very flexible. Spread yourself across multiple rigs.
I'm not sure I could do that, to be honest, but have to place them a bit closer together. But I guess it is feasibly possible. But no, it's more going to be about the other guys, isn't it, and who makes it into the final as well. Dare I say, a less difficult semi-final maybe. That strength of field, if we want to call it that, in the previous semi-final was very high, I would say. And so this one it will be obviously a bit lower.
Still waiting to see the full list of names as well. I think one of the reasons Moritz is back in the rig is obviously this is a public expo. I think we may have missed a couple of drivers who didn't come back in time, unfortunately.
They could have set their time 5 hours ago, after all. So, yeah, especially if it was one of the early ones. Difficult to get them back.
But Spa's a good track, and historically, it's produced some great racing as well. As we're grabbing a quick look at the practice times. It's Yuri Kastorp racing as well.
How can't we see him? Oh yeah, I can see the top of it.
I can just about see the top of his head.
I didn't realise, there he is. They're on the other side of the stage, we can't see them, although I can see Yuri. But we'll see if we can grab him. I think the mic does work over there, by the way, so if you want to give it a go.
So the drivers, Nico Nuninghoff, Yuri Kastorp, Moritz Lohner, Mihai Dragan, Marvin Mittman, Kim Oramark, Lennox Muth, Luca Hundorf, and David Sobrero. So we got a few repeat drivers from our first semi-final.
But Mittman didn't make it, so he may well have a chance to do it again here and maybe get into the final. So he was involved in that incident with a couple of Porsches at Monza.
I have an update.
Hello?
This is our final.
I suspected that might happen. So Tobias and Vasilios are...
apparently not here.
Not here?
And I've also been told that R1 competitors are not eligible for the prizes.
Oh.
To be fair, they don't need any more hardware.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, they shouldn't be eligible, I would say. But so Lerner and Kasdorp are out then. Well, they're there, but they're not. They're not going to win.
But they're out.
They're not going to be given any. You know, RENNSPORT's given them enough. They're not going to be getting anything for it. So yeah, who else is going to win? I guess Sobrero's got to be the favourite in that scenario then.
Yeah, this will be interesting. I'm curious how it's going to play out. Spa's also a track where I think teamwork could come into play. So if you're Yuri and you're Moritz, you could work together here and pull away from the rest of the field. Obviously, not eligible for prizes, but you always want to win a race that you're in.
I think they're more likely, it might be one of those 1 and 2, yes, but I reckon it's more likely they're going to have a laugh battling.
Oh, they're going to crash into each other.
Well, not necessarily, but that might happen as well, yeah. Yeah, I think they'll just have a laugh while battling away, to be honest.
Don't forget, we have more action tomorrow from the SimRacing Expo. If today is Super Saturday, tomorrow is also Super Sunday. Although, unfortunately, I won't be here, so you'll have Ewan O'Leary, and I've heard a Will Chadwick might be joining you as well.
Yeah, at least for a little bit. I might rope him into the whole thing. But yeah, he was over earlier admiring some forklift simulators, which he was very excited about. So maybe forklift simulator. Have you not seen them?
No. But maybe I have, and I just thought it was a practice sim or
you probably walked past it, yeah. But he was very excited by Forklift Simulator. So yeah, if I can pull him off one of those, then I'll bring him here.
Should be a good time. Hopefully get a chat with some of the representatives around the world of RENNSPORT as well. That includes ESL R1 competitors, but also the developers as well. Could be interesting to get a catch up with Moritz or... rather, Marco or Morris, not Moritz. That one slipped me up. But on that train, if you are a fan of RENNSPORT, you no doubt have watched Radio Check, the development update that they often do. They'll be filming one from the SimRacing Expo, and hopefully some new news will be released. Stuff that you and I don't know yet, fortunately, so we can't spill any secrets.
Well, I'm glad about that, because when people tell me things I can't say, I just freeze up. So we're in qualifying. I'll answer that in a second, but we're just in qualifying at the moment. Sobrero 3 tenths in front of Kastorp at the moment, although we haven't seen Moritz Lerner yet, who I suspect might be doing a Daniel Morad maybe and starting to the back.
There we go.
Oh, maybe
Moritz Lerner, 8 tenths to the clear, and pole position once again. Marvin Mittman crosses the line and jumps up to 4th position, although he's duplicated on the timing tower, so I'm not quite sure which one is the real Marvin.
No, I'm not sure either, because he would be up there at the moment winning prizes. So not sure which one is the real him for now. But yeah, I thought Moritz Lerner was starting at the back because he was taking a while to get his time in, but it just turned out he's one of the last ones. He's going to take first ahead of David Sobrero by 3.7 seconds. Tobias Pfeffer is there. What is that list? Oh, that's the previous race winners list.
Oh, you're right, I think.
There we go. Anyway, here we go.
So we just wait for everyone to get ready before the lights come up. Standing start in GT3 cars. Not easy by any means. Only something that traditionally they would do off the pit lane up to a speed of about 60 kilometers an hour. But it's going to be full charge ahead into the opening corner as we close out Super Saturday here at the SimRacing Expo. This is RENNSPORT. This is the final. Off and away we go. Good start from Moritz Lerner, but the pressure from David Sobrero. Here comes the Porsche. 3 wide. Mercedes sweeps around the outside, and Sobrero will lead on the charge down to Eau Rouge. Moritz Lerner bullied off the track.
Yeah, and Yuri Kasdorp's going to slip through on both of them, is he? Oh, side-by-side contact with the Mercedes, who go into the pit wall as well as they come down the hill. They're still hitting each other. Surely they're going to have an incident over the top of Eau Rouge, and no, they just get single file in time. That was physical on this start as we run up towards Les Combes.
Interesting race start, to say the very least. We've only got 5 laps of racing to play out here as we work our way through this final in the competition. Bit of a battle towards the tail end of the pack as we look at this great drone shot from up above. But Sobrero from Mittman, from Kastorp, who's up to second. Contact between the Porsche and the Mercedes. BMW slips through.
Yeah, they'll both drop to the back of the field. Still going. Very nearly making contact again into Malmedy. They just about get away with it this time. It's Owen Mark and Dragon, who was in the previous race as well, Miha Dragon. Just missed out on the top 4, but is in the final anyway, why not? And has moved up to 8th place. Unfortunately, though, incidents off the start are going to take them out the back.
That's creative director Kim, by the way. Lots of good stories to tell about the road to the 13th of November and the journey that has been the development of RENNSPORT. There is David Sobrero, who is quite remarkably 2.3 seconds clear of Yuri Kastorp. Is Kastorp and Lerner going to have the ding-dong fight that you were talking about, Ewan?
Well, I was suspecting they'd be 1 and 2, to be honest, before they do that, but maybe they will just do it anyway, since they won't be taking this race too seriously. Saw them laughing and joking a little bit between the qualifying and the race, just chatting about qualifying times. Not quite on the R1 pace by any means, because it's very much off-season for them. Nevertheless, they are still very quick, and it will start to come back over this race. I think this is Lerner defending his 3rd place.
I think it's Kastorp, actually, as into Blanchimont. Thought about trying to pop to the outside, but that's a dangerous position to leave yourself in. Here comes Marvin Mittman then to try and slip up the inside. All this does really is let Moritz Lerner get released. He's already within 1.8 seconds of your race leader, and David Sobrero will feel the heat sooner rather than later as Mittman puts the power down and slide out of the final corner.
Yeah, if Lerner puts in some of the speed that he was showing in qualifying, then he will catch up to David Sobrero by the end. There goes Mittman down the inside. Oh, close. Kastorp just giving him a Porsche's width on the inside line in towards turn at number 1. But Kastorp gets into, or keeps the place rather through La Source this time round. As they come through Eau Rouge now, though, Mittman will be all over him as they get towards Les Combes.
The Porsche very, very good over the top of the crest, but almost too good. Now stalls out as he tries to pop out a draft and pull alongside. Left on the outside as they climb the Camel on the run up towards Les Combes. Lerner's within 7/10 of Sobrero. He's on a flyer right now, but Mittman can't find his way through around the outside. Tries the cutback. Oh, but Kastorp stern on the defense.
Very stern indeed from Yuri Kasdorp, as we know him to be in these situations. Going to defend again into the right-hander, Bruxelles. Kasdorp pulls in front though and keeps 3rd again for now. Lerner is absolutely there though. You've got to feel sorry for David Sobrero. He's not got anywhere near as much of experience on RENNSPORT as Moritz Lerner has.
And we were looking at the RENNSPORT app slightly earlier on. It shows you how many kilometers each of these drivers has driven. Moritz Lerner is 7th on the list all time with 168,170 kilometers in RENNSPORT.
That is a lot of...
it's more than most cars will do in their lifetime.
Yeah. That's, 3 times around the world, more than. driven on RENNSPORT, and that's just in the last 2.5 years or so. We're remembering, of course, that in that list is some drivers who actually didn't do R1 from the very beginning, and they're the ones who have really put the miles in recently. But Lerner did start driving this in about late 22, early 23, I suppose. So it's understandable that he's got quite so much experience, I suppose, but that's still a very long way.
If you're wondering who number one is, it's Kaiki Oliveira with 208,000 kilometers on the platform. Here comes Mittman, outside line for the Porsche, the gold Porsche, deep under the brakes. God, this is not really a corner where the switchback is always on. He gets onto the power aggressively as they run back up towards the line, but they're running out of lap times, running out of opportunities as well, as Lerner within 4/10 of the leader. Another look from Mittman, but forces Kastrup to go deep. Here comes the chance.
Yeah, he's properly putting the pressure on at the moment, is Mittman, and he's going to have a look at Yuri Kastrup on the way to Eau Rouge here. Kastrup trying to put him off, Mittman trying to put him off. In towards the corner they go. They will get single file in time. He's just gone over the curb a bit wrong there, and he's going to have to use the slipstream now to catch back up.
It slightly unsettled the car, slightly pushed it wide with some understeer as well, but this is the toe. The flat six sings out as the Porsche screams up the hill. Inside for Mittman, can Kastrup try and send it around the outside? Does the BMW have the grip? Deep under the brakes. Oh, just about holding on to the track. Oh, Kastrup's putting on a defensive masterclass right now.
And it's looking again here, Mittman. Does he have the overlap this time? Coming in towards Bruxelles? No, he has to back out of it. And Kastrup keeps the place once again, although he's under big pressure here. Moritz Lerner, by the way, has taken the overall lead.
And starting to run away, we should say as well. He's already 6/10 to the good over David Sobrero, the Williams Sim Racing driver, with 2 laps to go. About 14 kilometers when we cross the line once again. Gotta say, all eyes are on this fight right now because Kastrup is doing everything he can to hold on. Mittman doing everything he can to find his way through, but it's a brick wall in front of him right now.
Big slide through Piff Paff there from Mittman. He's just got to try and force his way through somewhere almost. Not necessarily just serve him off the road, but he's definitely putting the pressure on here, and this is a really impressive performance considering he's driving against one of R1's first drivers back in 2023 when he started this journey along with the rest of us, did Yuri Kastrup. Mittman putting so much pressure on him right now and just cannot find a way through. Needs to keep going at this though.
Kastrup did step away from R1 though, if I remember right.
I don't think so.
He's only got 100,000 kilometers.
Doesn't practice.
Oh, you're in trouble after this one.
I know. You don't want to be in trouble with him.
Look from Mittman around the outside through the final corner. That's a racing line that only in 2020 would have been approved when track limits were optional at the final corner, but crucially on the inside into La Source. Early on the brakes though, BMW sends it around the outside, squares up the exit, tries to get onto the power, but that's third position finally locked up.
Well, is Kastrup just going to come straight back though, because the Camel Straight is coming up, and surely he's going to be going for this move once again here. Up over the top of the hill they go. Through Radion. It's almost on top of him as they get over the crest there. And here he goes onto the Camel Straight. Surely he'll be back to third shortly.
Did you see the bobble on the grass as they crept through the right? Lots of speed around the outside for Yuri Kastrup, but Mittman trying to hold on in the Porsche. The BMW just so strong at the top of the track, and on the brakes into Les Combes. It's Kastrup back to third.
As expected, really. So Mittman has got to do that kind of move at that point. Oh, in the circuit, he's very nearly spun him out there. Very nearly as they came out of Malmedy. Now he's trying the outside into Bruxelles. Can he get the inside for No Name by staying there? He can't. Kastrup pulls in front of him again. This is getting very tricky for Mittman at the moment.
What a fight, though. 2 drivers showing respect for each other, Ewan, and what sim racing should all be about. Look to the inside in through Pouan.
Not quite there. Way too fast of a corner. There's not enough of a braking zone. You can't head down the inside of that corner normally. As they get towards the chicane now, again, you can't find your way down the inside here. It's either going to have to be bus stop chicane last lap or Camel Straight last lap.
What's happened to Moritz Lerner?
Oh,
what has happened to him at the Piff Paff?
He spun off to the outside somewhere. That was his BMW, stationary in the gravel.
Well, as he recovers and rejoins, David Sobrero back in the lead of this race with a lap and a bit left to go.
Very nicely done from Sobrero. He just kept at it, even though he was being outdriven, or at least outpaced by Moritz Lerner. He managed to keep them back, and he's not got overexcited. he's just retaken the lead when he had the opportunity as they come into the final chicane.
And Sobrero started, if I'm thinking through the timeline correctly, with the Williams Sim Racing Academy. And so he's stepped up now, representing Williams on the stage here at RENNSPORT and doing very well, better than Beliziotis and Pfeffer.
One could say he left the community and he's now a Williams Sim Racing driver.
Shout out Zach Sweeney, back in the fight for third. Well, now it's actually the fight for second place as Mittman is back in front. Now, can Moritz Lohner get close enough on this final lap to fight his way back onto the podium steps? We're about to find out.
Well, he's a bit too far back at the moment, is Kazdorp. 7/10 of a second as they go over the top of Eau Rouge here. And Mittman is certainly going to keep the lead, the second place rather. Now, will it be so at the bus stop though? This is a very impressive performance though, no matter what, from Mittman. I can't say I know him very well at all, but battling with Kazdorp here, I know beating Lerner because of a spin, but Kazdorp's got more experience than most on this sim.
And very talented across the platforms, we should say as well, for Yuri, able to jump on and adapt his driving style to some degree.
Or is that him really? Which one's actually Marvin Mittman?
Yeah, we're not sure which one is the correct Marvin Mittman, are we?
Not a clue, but that could be awkward. When one of us goes to chat to him earlier, calls him Marvin, it might not actually be him. So we'll try and figure that out in a moment. But 8 seconds the gap anyway, and it looks like Kazdorp is going to be down to third. Sobrero though comfortably out front.
Word in my ears just come through. It's not Marvin Mittman in second, it's Nico Nuninghoff.
That does make sense.
Nico, sorry.
That does make sense. Yeah, not sure why he's joined on Marvin Mittman's account.
Makes us a bit confused, but it's neither here nor there. He's done a great job, and Nuninghoff definitely one to watch moving forward. But David Sobrero, I mean, what a job he's done, right, as well. Better than his two teammates and stayed out of trouble.
Yeah, exactly. And he's going to go on to win as a result here. 7.5 seconds the gap. He's not lost his focus at any point, not made a mistake at any point, and he's going to come through to win.
And so on Super Saturday, here from the RENNSPORT booth, it is David Sobrero, Williams Sim Racing's own, that crosses the line, winner of the daily competition, walks away with a prize pool and the deluxe edition of RENNSPORT as well. Nuninghoff in second, Kazdorp in third. Take a bow, the top two.
Absolutely. Nuninghoff, I know, has done a little bit of driving on RENNSPORT, but certainly not as much as those Maus drivers, and has done a very good job indeed to get to second. Luka Hundruff is going to come through here as well. So if those two Maus drivers are going to be eliminated from the order, then I guess third place, and the RENNSPORT Cap and Deluxe Edition will go to him instead.
And so we'll get ready for our prize giveaway ceremony. But before that, I think what we need to do, make our way over and have a chat with David Sobrero. Now, this is where the microphone, Ewan's going to maybe cut out, so I'm going to let you do the talking for a bit.
All right, I'll go through the race results while you're figuring that out. David Sobrero wins by 7.5 seconds in front of Nico Nuninghoff, with Yuri Kazdorp also in the top 3. Moritz Lerner 4th. Luka Hundruff runs out the top 5. Bit of a gap back there with Marvin Mittman, Lennox Smith, Kim Uramark and Mihai Dragan rounding out the drivers. Arjuna is just grabbing David Sobrero at the moment for a chat, trying to find a place where he's going to be picked up nicely, get him in front of the camera, and he'll be able to soon have a chat with our race winner of our daily competition on Saturday at the Sim Expo.
And so he is making his way over to us. What a drive from David Sobrero to keep his nose clean, to keep the car clean, and put himself in the right position at the right time. David, congratulations. Winner here on Saturday. How was it?
Thank you. It was really good. First time I'm here in an event, first time in SimExpo, and I was looking forward to do some kind of competition here. And yeah, it's really nice to be part of taking this. The race itself, I'm still getting used to the rig and to the build because it's different what I'm used to in RENNSPORT. Moritz was slightly faster than me, obviously, but I mean, I kept it clean and went to the finish and won it.
We've asked a lot of people this. One word to describe RENNSPORT. I think this is a hard question.
No, it's not. Unique.
Unique. I like that. Easy as answer as well. So you say it's unique. What's one feature that you think for someone who hasn't had the chance to try the game out yet, what will they be looking forward to on 13th of November?
for me is the driving style. It's something that I feel I can push the car as much as I want, and it's really rewarding because the game is really difficult to nail everything to be perfect, and it's so satisfying. I don't know how to say the word. Sorry. It's so
satisfying.
Yeah, sorry. It's so satisfying when you get everything right, and it motivates me to drive every day to be better and to participate in competitions like this one, for example. So
congratulations. We'll give you your prize in a couple of seconds.
Thank you. Thank you.
I was going to try and chat to Nico Nuninghoff in his rig, but he's just left. So
he ran away from you.
He has run away, but you would, wouldn't you? So it looks like he's being brought to do the presentation. So we'll have a chat to him after those.
And so let's give away our prizes. A big congratulations to David Sobrero, winner of a Moser Racing bundle and the deluxe edition of RENNSPORT. Let's get a round of applause for him. At least from me and Ewan.
Yeah, from me and you. That's enough, I think.
And second place, Nico Nuninghoff, winner of an artwork frame of the Jeddah track map, a beautiful piece of art, and the deluxe edition as well. And last but not least, let's hand out our third place prize, a RENNSPORT cap and the deluxe edition of the game. Well, what a super Saturday. That wraps things up for the competition part of things, but if you are here at SimRacing Expo, our rigs will be open once again for you to jump behind the wheel to try the game out. 26 days away from the launch on the Xbox Store, on the PlayStation Store, and on Steam and the Epic Game Store as well. Ewan, I've had a lot of fun the last 2 days. I'm a little bit sad I won't be here with you tomorrow.
Yeah, this is your last broadcast, so it's all going to go wrong now. But no, it has been great so far this week, from Friday to now, and of course Sunday evening as well when this event is over. Yeah, it's been another fantastic year here at the SimRacing Expo, and to have RENNSPORT here again is brilliant. And of course competitions like this one as well. We're going to have another one of these tomorrow for more chances to win more stuff. If you want to come down to the RENNSPORT stands, then please do so. More free play and hot laps to come here later today for anybody who's at the event. And tomorrow, of course, where there's another chance to qualify.
I'm really looking forward to the launch. It's been a wild journey of the last 3 years, and to watch it from the outside, to be able to be a small part of that journey has been quite fun, quite remarkable. But I think, Ewan, it may be time for you and I to jump on the rigs if we can get in line as well.
I know, we'll have to. It's a very long queue, so we'll have to get in line with everybody else and make a fool of ourselves for the second day in a row. But yeah, it's great to come and try it. There's 11 rigs down here, so yeah, please do come and have a try. And yeah, then get yourself involved in 26 days' time with those on Xbox and PlayStation and PC, and whichever one you're going to choose. It's going to be great to be there when we launch.
Pre-orders open already on consoles, on the Xbox Store, on the PlayStation Store. Pre-orders for PC coming soon on Steam and the Epic Game Store. But for our wonderful team at RENNSPORT and RaceSpot, for Ewan O'Leary, alongside myself, Arjuna Kankipati, signing off for Super Saturday from the SimRacing Expo at the RENNSPORT booth. We'll see you tomorrow with more action.
Off the corner, toe to toe, these two juggernauts of R1 are now meeting again.
He's going to try and go for the lead here on the outside line.
That is absolutely unbelievable. This is fantastic battling. There's squeezing, there's bumping, there's banging, there's bruising. Next stop for them, Riyadh. Next stop, the Esports World Cup.